morning and welcome to Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg, and it is the 31st day of July, last day of July 2024. Wow, the summer's gone fast. And it's been a little warm up here in Michigan. So for us, we're cold climate beings up here. So I'm not too sad to see at least part of the heat go away. But anyhow, today I've got a long show today. First is Liberty Essentials. Bill Mohr is under the weather today, so he's not going to be here this morning. But I've got Ralph and Karen, and we're going to soldier on without him. And then after that, we've got a new guy coming on, Patrick Shaughness. And I met him at the Forge Leadership Group down in Ohio. And this is a really interesting group. There's a farm team for conservatives, and they help people that are younger truly get involved and educate them. And I can honestly say I don't think I've ever met a more articulate and professional group of younger people. So he's going to be on today. He helps with campaigns, and he's got all sorts of other activist things that he does, and it's going to be interesting. And then after that, Tom Speciale, who is an intelligence officer, will be on at 11. So we have a long show today, and he specifically today is going to be talking about his spiritual journey and how lately God has truly been manifesting incredible things in his life. I shouldn't say manifesting. He's been giving miracles to wonderful things in his life. And he wanted to talk about it and talk about his faith and the fact that when we do give everything over to God, amazing things happen. And we can't even believe sometimes the things that we see. But in getting things going here, got tripping over my tongue. Gonna get Karen and Ralph on this morning. Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Still got to get things up and running here. I'm behind the 8 ball just a little bit. Karen and Ralph on. So what's happening in Karen and Ralph world this morning?
Oh, I'm glad every time I wake up and the garden looks wet. Because it means I can just do a cursory look and it's one less thing.
Right.
But I've been enjoying a lot of gardening lately. A lot of gardening.
Let's talk about what we talked about before you got on this morning, that you're feeling better, and part of that's due to the gardening, correct?
Yes. So, I got some health testing, and I resolved some problems, and that gave me an energy level that I didn't think I could have. And I've got addicted to the gardening thing that Donna prompted me to do. So I've gotten it. Now, vegetables are kind of taking care of themselves, and we haven't done a great job with that with our container. We have a container garden. So we're learning. We're just in a learning phase. It's not like we were expecting to feed ourselves through the winter with our little container garden this year. It's a learning opportunity is how I'm viewing it. So I'm a little disappointed, but I'm learning a lot. Fortunately, I do have an account on Facebook, and there are some Facebook groups which have been really helpful. I've learned a lot that way. But I've been into the flower garden. I've been clearing out some places that are overgrown on the property and putting in things that I like in there instead. And that process has got me standing, bending, twisting, heaving, hauling, pushing, pulling, and sitting in the dirt. I've come in and had to practically half shower 2-3 times a day because I'm covered in dirt. So I'm getting my hands and feet in that. I'm getting lots of sunshine. One thing I learned is I like wearing tank tops this summer. And I've heard that you can get vitamin D through your chest, primarily through the skin on your chest. So expose that to the sun. But not your whole body. If you're a lady, especially,
we don't need to see that.
The thought has occurred to me a couple of times that wouldn't it be nice, as hot as it's been, but no, not doing that.
I can tell you from
I'm not
my
that
experience,
weird that way.
I can tell you from my experience, it's actually severely unpleasant a lot of times in the summer because of how much you sweat.
Yep.
There you go. Well,
Yep.
that's cool. I'm glad you're feeling better. So my dad's theory of when you don't feel good, go out and mow, get on the mower and mow.
Yes.
He wanted his grass mowed, right? But every time you did it, he's like, it'll make you feel better. He's right. It was like, wow.
Yep.
So
I feel stronger than I felt in a long time. I'm moving better. I'm more flexible. I feel more. I'm not losing weight. But I think that's because I'm putting on muscle. That's my
functional workout.
excuse anyway, but it
It's a
could be true.
functional workout. That's what it is. So I got to show you what I did yesterday. So this is the first honey off of our new hives, and we ended up getting 2 gallons of honey off the hive yesterday. And I was we were talking about this earlier. Put this in perspective. So I've got 10 frame hives. Okay, so there's 10 frames in each box. We have 2 deep boxes and 2 medium-sized boxes. Here, I'll show you what they look like here a minute because I was pulling them apart last night. My coachees got 12 stings last night, which that was not ideal, but it happens. And so anyhow, let me see if I can get to them here a minute quick. And so we have, if you look at how many frames are in each box. So we have 10 in the first deep, 10 in the second deep, 10 in the first super, 10 in the second super, but we pulled the second super off of it, and we're going to hold that one back to force them to make more babies and make more honeycomb in the bottom 2 boxes because they weren't doing that well. So anyhow, we did that. And so we pulled off of 13 frames out of 3 hives. So we're talking 60 frames that we had there. And out of that, we only pulled 13 frames out, and we got 24 pounds of honey. That's our first extraction for the year. So this is going to be interesting. We'll probably pull some more off next week or in 2 weeks and see what they did because they've got time to build. So anyhow, there's our bucket of honey that we pulled off, 24 pounds of honey.
That's
approximately
amazing.
3 pounds per quart. Honey weighs a little is more. It's heavier than water. So the pints a pound the world around doesn't work for honey. It's heavier than water. So it's 3 pounds per quart of honey. So there you go. And there's us holding up. That's my coachees. That's Eric. You've seen him on here before. Eric Tilton. He is cognitive carbon. He's one of my anon friends actually. And so he's a bug guy too. So we were pulling honey off, and then he brought a quart home for his family, and I brought a quart home for my family. And this is us out there at the beatorium. I call it the beatorium. So see, we've got two deep boxes here, and then we've got 1 super on this honey, and I'm pulling apart the hives there. They were a little annoyed at us. Eric got stung 12 times yesterday, so we need to get him a better bee suit. And but that's how it's done, boys and girls. So we had a lot of fun with it and spun it all out. And
everybody always asks about that table on the left there too.
Oh, the table on the left. It's kind of like another. We use it for staging our equipment on it right now, but I've got another 4 hives coming that I'm going to get ready to put out there next year. So we'll have 7 hives out there, and they all peaceably coexist. So that's pretty fun. So that's what we did yesterday. It was a lot of fun, and the honey's good. Bees are working hard, and everything's working the way it's supposed to. So that's really good.
Well, and as far as all the gardening goes too, I've got a family member that has had an explosion of zucchinis lately, and he's had a hard time getting rid of them. He's gotten so many of them. However, just as a reminder for anyone out there growing zucchinis, we are coming up on August 8th, which is National Sneak a Zucchini Onto Your Neighbor's Porch Day.
Yeah. I saw a meme about that the other day. It was don't forget to lock your car doors at night Something like that. Someone can sneak zucchini into your vehicle when you're not looking.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually funny. That actually happens in farm communities. I remember that when I was a kid, and there's some truth to that. You get somebody, give them a zucchini because they're so prolific.
It's amazing. It's amazing how well those grow here. I'd love to try growing peanuts sometime, because supposedly here in Michigan is about the perfect climate for peanuts.
So, all right, boys and girls, what we're going to do, we're going to talk about liberty essentials today. And I have a definition for liberty, but I didn't like some of it. So I'm going to read off that here are some basics of liberty. Number one, individual rights. Liberty involves the protection of individual rights, such as freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to privacy. Do we have that right now? I say no, because they're spying on us on every level there, but so be it. We're still going to fight them on it.
And number banning us from different platforms.
They're spying on us. You got a phone in your hand, you're being spied on.
I could look it up in my Noah's dictionary if you like.
Sure. I'll go to the second one as you're looking that up. Rule of law. Liberty is maintained through the rule of law, ensuring that laws are equally applied and fairly to all individuals. Is that happening? I say no. And so that's another one that we're falling down on. Limited government. Seriously, no. And a key aspect of liberty is limiting the power of government to prevent tyranny and protect individual freedoms. 4, personal, that's a big fail. Personal autonomy. Liberty emphasizes the importance of personal autonomy, allowing individuals to make their own choices and live their lives as they see fit, as long as they do not infringe on the rights of others. Agree with that. Is it happening? Somewhat. Economic freedom. This includes the right to own property, engage in free trade, and pursue economic opportunities without undue interference. Do we have that? No, because we're under the tyranny of economic warfare that's going on. And when you look at what happened, it's all tied in. Did you guys see what happened at the Olympics opening or their nonsense they've got on there with the mocking that they're doing of the Last Supper, as well as some other things? The question isn't why they're doing this. The question is who is doing the engineering? And all you have to do is look no further than the sponsors that are involved in this. Here are some notable quotes on liberty. John Adams: liberty once lost is lost forever. I'm not sure I agree with that, because it is one of those things that how many times have we seen people fight their way out of tyranny? Many. Can they kill it? No.
Pretty sure John Adams was one of them.
I'm sure he was a traitor. You agree? Yep. So there's a lot of people that were involved in playing both sides against, there's some great writings that are there, but there's also some questions on the purity of the message from the people, even the founding fathers. Do you agree with that?
I'm kind of up in the air on whether or not, I guess I should clarify. I'm up in the air as to whether or not John Adams was a traitor to us. However, he was certainly a traitor, I would say, in the eyes of the Brits.
Okay, so let's clarify that a little bit. Is he a traitor or not? There's a lot of questions on that, and let's just say that everybody deserves a chance. There's some great writings that John Adams has done, and I was going to quote actually some of his writing. No, that was Samuel Adams that I'm quoting. But with that said, I think we should question what everyone writes and what we're listening to and reason it out. How's that?
Yep, I think that's good. I think I have more questions about John Quincy Adams.
Okay.
John Adams, fewer questions. More of, I think he was a little bit better of a person than his son. And I guess where I was going with that was asking whether or not reviving liberty, involved at that time being a traitor against England. And so I guess I was more thinking you were going in that direction in that sense. And in that sense, I do think that that John Adams was a traitor to England, but I'm not so sure about the U.S.
Okay, there you go. So anyhow, sometimes being able to stand and do the unpopular thing or things that criminals think are bad is a good way to go. And we need to just continue to evaluate and ask questions on everything. Benjamin Franklin, they who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. Thomas Jefferson, the will of the people is the only legitimate foundation of any government, and to protect its free expression should be our first object. I love Thomas Jefferson. When I was in DC, I think his monument was my favorite, and it was a memorable trip there for me.
Do you want to hear the, about Noah's?
Yes, please continue.
My Noah's Dictionary, 1828,
Okay.
Noah Webster, has 10 definitions to liberty. So it's quite extensive. The first is freedom from restraint, like as applying to your body. The second is natural liberty. I think this is interesting. Consists in the power of acting as one sees fit without any restraint or control except from the laws of nature. It is a state of exemption from the control of others and from positive laws and the institutions of social life. This liberty is abridged by the establishment of government. The third is civil liberty, the liberty of men in a state of society or natural liberty, so far only abridged and restrained as is necessary and expedient for the safety and interests of the society, state, or nation. A restraint of natural liberty not necessary or expedient for the public is tyranny or oppression. Civil liberty is an exemption from the arbitrary will of others, which exemption is secured by established laws which restrain every man from injuring or controlling another. Hence the restraints of law are essential to civil liberty. The idea that my rights are no better than your rights, and they're not a problem unless mine conflicts with yours.
So
this is one of those where, like, for example, noise ordinance. So my township has a noise ordinance. I can make lots of noise. I have the right to do that. But when it conflicts on your right to peace, then it becomes a problem. Does that mean we have to have laws about it to restrict my ability to do whatever I do, which might happen to create noise? And if my neighbor is more sensitive to it than I am, there's a conflict there, but who wins? So that's one of those highly debated ones.
So that's one of the things that, the FCC gets a bad rap from a lot of people, and there are some very good reasons for that with the way that the FCC is currently structured. But there are really important reasons for the FCC to exist, because if the FCC didn't exist, you would not be able to use things like Wi-Fi on your own property because there would be so much radio interference that it would never work. And, radio waves are one of those things that easily cross property boundaries. So in a way, having some enforcement of the radio spectrum is a way of protecting property rights of Americans. And yeah, that's one that people criticize the FCC a lot, and there's other departments like that too that have a limited function that enforces liberty, but they've overgrown their usefulness. I like the Food and Drug Administration. That's another one that there is so much stuff that goes on with the FDA that is so far outside of their original purpose. Their original purpose was basically established as a trade organization, a trade enforcement organization, so that people knew that what they were buying was actually what they thought they were buying, because there were so many snake oil salesmen that were mislabeling what they were selling. And that's the original purpose of the FDA, was basically just to enforce trade. And that has grown into a monster. So there's a lot of that goes on too.
Mm-hmm.
Nullification needs to happen of it. I'm really happy that the Chevron decision came down, because that kind of takes the teeth out of a lot of these unconstitutional entities.
That was great.
I'm going to show you something before we move on to that. Check this nonsense out. You want to see something that really shouldn't be? There are still colleges that are mandating COVID shots despite all the evidence that they cause harm, despite all the evidence that they are useless, except for causing it, since they don't keep anyone from getting or spreading COVID. 20 colleges are still mandating the shots for attendance, and I'm assuming the same for faculty and stuff, to keep their jobs. So here you go. There's the list right there. NoCollegeMandates.com is where you'll find that list, and those are Wayne State University in the state of Michigan, where I am at. Is no surprise to me, because the connections there are the connections with Jocelyn Benson, and big connections with Jocelyn Benson and Wayne State University, as well as the Atlantic Council money that's going in these directions. So what do you think? There's also Pfizer colleges on there. There's a big surprise there. Go to their universities and you got to take the shot. So craziness.
This is another example of, to me, like, I don't get emotional in a negative about things like that, because I look at it as an opportunity for other people to figure things out. I call it awakening for dummies is what's happening, because there's so many things like that where, if that's important to you, or if you're even questioning vaccines and then you're like, they're going to mandate that, I don't want to send my child to that school. Now you're starting to think of what liberty is. Now you're starting to get to the founding principles of who we are as Americans. And you're going to start making decisions and looking at things differently than you would have before. Like when Ralph was talking about liberty in just a moment ago, I was thinking about that conversation we had about farmers not being like that you have to kill all your chickens because they caught a virus. And as he's pointed out before, it's a common thing. They're going to get over it. It's not an issue. It's not worth killing all the animals. Where were the rest of the farmers when the USDA or whatever agency is trying to tell farmers what to do with their livestock? Every American, every Michiganian should have been at their doorstep saying, you feds get off this property, because they have a right to raise their livestock as they see fit. You are thieving their property by telling them to destroy their animals. Nobody did that, because we're still learning how to grasp these concepts. So your personal liberty might be where it starts. Maybe you don't look out for somebody else's, but maybe you start thinking about, what else are these schools doing then? If they're going to cross that medical freedom boundary, what else are they going to be teaching or managing the lives of students as? Are they going to put students in danger in other ways? And that opens up a whole new arena where people are starting to wake up. And to other people, it's like, oh, they shouldn't be doing this. It's terrible what they're doing. And I'm like, yes, have them do it more. Because we need to shut down these institutions. It's a good thing, because it helps us move in the direction that we need to go.
Yeah. So here I pulled up the archives, because we were also talking about going to the Declaration of Independence and looking at the tyranny and the grievances that the states had against the king. So here we go. Would you like to start this, Ralph?
Oh, sure, we could do that. Yeah, I think this is important too, because there's a lot of people that haven't read through the Declaration of Independence. And I think everyone who hasn't read it should read through it, because there's so many parallels of the grievances they had against England that that we are now seeing the same kinds of things. And so, yeah, if you wanted to scroll back down there, we can go through the bullet points.
Let's start and read through the first two paragraphs, and then we'll go into that. Would you read those, Ralph?
Sure. The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that the governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world.
Isn't that just beautiful?
It is.
Yeah, these guys were not just, they were not rebelling so much as enforcing the actual foundational principles of the government of England. You know, that's something that really gets missed a lot, is how much these guys really focused on showing and proving that the government of England at the time was against the principles of the Magna Carta and really all of their legal system. So
it's an example of man putting themselves before God and trying to be God, and the ruling over people rather than as a servant leader.
Yep. So yeah, some of the bullet points here. He is talking about the king. He has refused his assent to laws, the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. So, you know, saying that government officials are above the law. Have you heard that before?
It's become institutionalized in the United States.
Yep. Pretty much every government official we've got right now violates that.
Mm-hmm.
He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them.
Check. We got that one here too. How long does it take to get anything done here? You'll go through the legal system that goes back to a speedy or right to a speedy trial, right? And you have to go through so many different channels to get something done that you're always looking for approval somewhere up the line, and then they bring your buddies in to put their stamp of approval on it.
The other thing that implies too is that the king was overstepping his subordinate jurisdictions and refusing them their authority, which again becomes basically top-down tyranny.
I think I'm going to jump ahead for a moment because I think that goes hand in hand with one of the most important ones on here to me. For deriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury. Because that is a basic right that we have, that we treasure here in America, except we're not enforcing that as Americans. We're not demanding a trial by jury, a grand jury, a proper lawful de jure jury. They want to confuse us, as we've talked many times before, about what a grand jury is, what that looks like, that there's a judge in charge, not the people in charge. Juries should be able to do investigations. They should be able to ask questions. I was thankful when I was on a county case, that our judge allowed us to make notes. We couldn't take them with us, but we could write notes, and we could also ask questions and put them on the rail that was sitting in front of us. And the bailiff would come along and pass that piece of paper to the judge. And at a convenient time, he would ask a question on our behalf. That was surprising to me because I'd never seen that depicted on TV. But our judge had some reasonable understanding or comprehension of the role of a jury to investigate matters. But that's one of those basic things that they were missing for a long time in the colonies. Well, you're going to take away our ability to not only represent ourselves in law and to handle our own law, but also to ensure that we have justice.
Well, and two, some foundational background on reading through some of this too is to realize that the U.S. system of government was based partially on the British system of government and also partially on the French system of government. But there's a lot of parallels to the British system of government, and that's what a lot of the founding fathers were familiar with at the time. So a lot of this talks about parallels and violations of the British system of government. So you can think of the British system of government being somewhat like the king would have been at this time more or less like the executive branch of our government. So you could think of him in a similar role as our president. And Congress as being a similar function of Parliament. Both the House of Commons, I think it is, and the House of Lords, being paralleled with the House of Representatives and the Senate, roughly. I mean, there's differences, don't get me wrong, but for ease of reading through this, you can kind of think of those parallels. And so with a lot of this stuff where they're talking directly about the king overstepping his role and overstepping Parliament and the governors and such, that's more or less like managing the government through executive orders. And the executive order system needs to be abolished. That is ridiculous that anyone has put up with that at all.
Well, I don't think it's a bad thing in a way, but it needs to have its proper purpose. And the purpose is that you can write an executive order to your staff, but you can't put it out there to the people. So not necessarily abolishing it, but using it the proper way that it was intended to be used. And that goes with everything that we're seeing right now, is that they take things and they twist them to their own end, to their, for their own purposes. But that doesn't mean that it's correct.
But an interdepartmental memo, which is
the
effectively
same
all
thing.
that should be, wouldn't have nearly the effect that it has if we didn't have so many agencies organized under the executive branch. You know,
Well,
most
that
of
goes
that's,
back to 90% nullification, which
yep,
we can't get a handle on this government unless we get rid of all of the bloat, corruption, and such. And it's gonna take massive nullification.
pretty much all of that stuff is and should be under the purview of Congress if they were going to regulate anything, not under the executive branch. Because Congress is supposed to be far more representative of people at a local level rather than designating all of the authority to one figurehead.
Right. The executive order should be it's a staff directive is what it is.
Yes.
It's not applied to the people. It has no teeth to that.
And
Yeah.
who made the first one? Executive Order 001. Abraham Lincoln, who did not qualify to run as president. And so once again, that's one of those examples of if somebody's listening and that's the first you've heard of it, you need to look into it. It's who's John Adams? Who was a traitor? Who of our quote unquote founding fathers actually caused harm in some ways? And do we see that in every quote unquote grassroots organization where you got people who are brilliant, who can preach to you wonderful, intelligent, foundational principles, and teach you marvelous things, but also stab you in the back or cause harm to your purpose, violate your rights? It happens throughout our history, and that was one of the key ones to me. He didn't qualify as president, but most people don't know this. A lot of people are learning. Nor did Obama, nor does Kamala. Come on, Kamala. I'm still trying. I have to think of her as a Bostonian, and then I.
If you do Kamala, that's like the snake on Jungle Book, right? Kamala.
Yeah, that's a good one. I remember it that way.
You
don't want to offend her by saying her name wrong.
That's okay. Trust in me. You know, little hypnotic eye crap going on.
Well, I think another one too that gets missed, and this is, kind of down to our educational system being turned into propaganda. It's not a recent thing. This is a long-term thing that our education system is propaganda. I mean, how many times were you always taught that the Civil War was over slavery?
Yeah.
And then you actually start looking at the original documents and look at the Confederate Constitution, and they took steps to abolish slavery before the North did. And so the whole thing with Lincoln, there's an awful lot of stuff to look into there.
There is, and it's unfortunate because, the victors write the history and the ones that are in control. So we have to question everything. Everything needs to be questioned. We've had so much truth that has been hidden. And now with everybody kind of, waking up, the Great Awakening or whatever you want to term it, we're getting back to being our own source and listening to those other people around us. They're actually doing the research, right? We are the news anymore. It's not the fake stream media. And thank you to the rightful president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, for having the guts to call out fake news, because it's fake news. Anything they touch is fake. It's propaganda pushing. So good thing to just jump off that little train to death. That would be a good thing.
Yep. Well, should we go through some more bullet points?
Yep, let's do that.
Okay, he has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation in the legislature, a right inestimable to them and formidable to tyrants only.
What are your thoughts on that?
That one I don't see a whole lot of modern parallels to. Not all of these are currently the same violations. That's one that I don't see that one happening much.
Well, it kind of like takes away the representation if they don't relinquish or bow to, I don't know. It's a strange. That's got strange implications.
Yeah,
So,
maybe not having any kind of representation for the legislature, without relinquishing your right to not get a vaccine.
yeah. So okay, let's move on.
He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the depository of their public records for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures.
That's pretty applicable.
Yep, make things just as inconvenient as possible for people to represent themselves. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people.
Well, I think that goes with what they're doing by telling people how it's going to be when you get up to Lansing in Michigan specifically. And yeah.
He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws of naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands.
Can you pause there for a second? That the last part of the paragraph before, exposing them to the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions from within. That sounds like the effectiveness of the uniparty system to me. Because you have no ability, in the first phrase, to cause. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected. The people can't elect who they want, and as a result of that, they cannot defend themselves properly. And isn't that exactly what we're experiencing right now? I yield.
Agreed.
So he has obstructed the administration of justice by refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and to eat out their substance. Oh, that one doesn't apply at all to anything going on now.
Yeah, right.
That's probably one of the most egregious ones in there. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies without the consent of our legislatures. He has effected to render the military independent of and superior to the civil power. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretend legislation. I would think of that last one in terms of how many things that we've adopted from the UN and such. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without our consent, for depriving us and go ahead.
So as I've mentioned before, and I wrote a Substack on this, this is not the first declaration. 10 years prior is where that became an issue with the Stamp Act, where they actually sent a whole other set of declaration letters and a particular declaration after having a meeting of 9 of the 13 colonies opposing the Stamp Act effects. That was where we got the phrase no taxation without representation. And the original statement was taxation without representation is tyranny. The last part got cut off because I guess it was too long. But 10 years of suffering on that one there alone, plus a handful of others, including the next one was a jury. They had a complaint about the jury was in that declaration too. It took 10 more years before they put their foot down and said, okay, we've really had enough now. We've asked nicely. And so when people complain about how long the evils are sufferable, like, why haven't there been arrests? Maybe part of that is because we don't have a justice system that's appropriate to handle those arrests. Once we figure that out, then we can actually get the justice that we're seeking.
Okay,
but
we
have to wake everybody up.
Right. Let's blow through this so we get to all of them here today, guys. So.
Yep. For depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury. There's one we never see anymore, is it? For transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses. For abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province. Establishing therein an arbitrary government and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the same absolute rule into these colonies. For taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. For suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. He has abdicated government here by declaring us out of his protection and waging war against us. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with circumstances of cruelty and perfidy scarcely paralleled in the most barbarous ages, and totally unworthy the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens taken captive on the high seas to bear arms against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions.
Karen, you want to finish it up?
Yeah, let me turn my page. Now I got to find a spot. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injury. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. Nor have we been wanting in attentions to our British brethren. We have warned them from time to time of attempts by their legislature to extend an unwarrantable jurisdiction over us. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration and settlement here. We have appealed to their native justice and magnanimity, and we have conjured them by the ties of our common kindred to disavow these usurpations, which would inevitably interrupt our connections and correspondence. They, too, have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity. I didn't say that right. Which denounces our separation, and hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace, friends. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do, in the name and by authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved, and that is free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. I got goosebumps.
So be it, right there. That's an incredible document, and one worth really pondering and studying the implications and what we're seeing that we have in common with them in that day. This is I ended up buying, with Bill not here, I ended up buying this book right here, and this is the Freedom Documents, right? And they're hard to come by. I actually paid like $130 some odd for this little beauty right here to get it all in one place. And there's some incredible documents in here. And I think that the writing from Samuel Adams to expand on the rights of the colonists and the list of violations of rights is incredible to read as a follow-up of what we just went through, just reading through it, because there's very few people that have ever gone through the founding documents. It doesn't take that long. I mean, look, we did this and we were talking back and forth about honey, and other stuff here, not just the issue, but really because our education system has so abysmally failed us in the United States. It's incumbent upon ourselves to reteach ourselves, or to teach ourselves what we never learned, and help each other along the path, sharing our wisdom. And I think that's one of the things I like best about interviewing people is every single day I'm on here, I learn so much. And it's a great thing to be able to learn from each other what we didn't learn, and share that information, share that restoring the United States of America by standing together with each other, and not to be a smart aleck and say, well, no, I know this and you don't, but to be in a way more like a mom or a dad would be, is saying, come on, we can do this together, a really good friend, and yep. I think the process is a beautiful process and it's going to be part of the process of restoring the United States of America.
None of this stuff should be, like secret knowledge that people have more knowledge than anybody else. That's something that a lot of people get into a kind of a trap on, is trying to go after all kinds of just, secret knowledge. No, this is stuff that all of us, to be able to govern ourselves, all of us need this foundational knowledge. And we all need to be on an equal footing and playfield here with what we know about this. So it's not something that you need to guard this or anything. Everyone, this information needs to be spread far and wide so everyone can learn this.
Yep.
And respect. I mean, in total respect for the fact that we're all going through this process together. All of us have kind of woken up or gotten off of the programming at different times along the way, and questioning things and questioning everything. I mean, every single thing we come across should be questioned, everything, and make it stand. It either stands or it falls. But I don't know about you guys, but I would rather deal with truth no matter what it is. I don't really care what it is. As long as we have the truth, we can deal with that. I don't feel really good about anything that's hidden. When I was in Washington, D.C., I was joking around with one of the Capitol architects, and I'm like, come on, tell me how many floors we got underneath this. And I'm like, you should tell me. I said, we're the rightful owners of this nation, and the jurisdiction is that we should have the right to know this stuff. And the person came back and said, it's for your protection. Okay, what if I don't want to be protected? And I say, load me into one of those elevators and take me down as far as it goes, because I want to see what's down there. Win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, those would give up liberty for temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety.
There you go. We need to run right into the fire, no matter what it is, no matter what is thrown at us. And I think we're going to have some tough pills to swallow here in the next, I don't know, less than 6 months, maybe less than a month. I'm seeing some things out there that are telltale. If you keep your eyes open, you're going to see some things that are changing rapidly. Yeah. But we've got to become aware of the fact that they are changing and being able to make assessments out of what we see just through common sense, not because somebody else told us. Because if people tell you straight up, if somebody came out and told you everything they knew, would you believe them? Well, first off, you'd be a fool to believe them. You need to go in there and check things out yourself. But I think it's an important part of life to question what people say, not to tear them down, but to truly, even really good people can come forward with what they believe is the truth. And they may really believe what they're telling you, but what if their sources are bad? It's not that they're a bad person. It's that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and there's a lot of gray area out there that good people are trying to do the right thing, but they're fighting each other. And because we're demonizing people on both sides, we may not actually be getting to the truth, because we're listening to those audience builders. We're listening to those propaganda people that are trying to divide us, to watch us kill each other. And that's what I think is happening. When I watch what happened with those kids that were being stabbed in Britain this week, tell me why. Somebody justify this for me. Tell me why the police were defending the mosque there, because they were afraid of retribution on having a bunch of school kids stabbed. Why weren't those same people there defending the churches? There's a question. I want to know why all of a sudden. And why have we had such a mass immigration of radicalized people? This is an invasion. This is a war. And it's part of the war that we're seeing right now. Answer me those questions. Anyone out there. I would love to know. Because why? The governments are in fact behind every one of these motions. CIA and Mossad behind Hamas and Hezbollah. And all of a sudden yesterday, heads of both those organizations were taken out. Is that going to change the Middle East? Absolutely, it's going to change it. Is it a bad thing? I don't know. Look at the cyber attacks that are out there, and I think the IT guy and I can have a long discussion on this, because quite honestly, I'm not sure that those cyber attacks are as bad as what they're being played out to be, because it was told to me that it's going to take down the network of what the good guys are doing to catch the bad guys out there. They're spying on all of us. So Americans have been treated like criminals across the spectrum, and they're going to have to start over again. Okay, well, are the good guys watching this stuff or the bad guys? We had a lot of questions to ask, and nobody's coming out with straight answers on any of it. And
if they're spying on us, are they good guys?
There you go. Don't know. But we need to ask those questions, not to contribute to more confusion, but to instigate people to start asking their own questions instead of just believing everything you hear in the headlines. That's the death blow to this nation and to individuals. You cannot. You've got to get down to the source to get to the truth, and it takes a lot of work. There's a lot of people. I'm watching the numbers today as we're reading through the Declaration of Independence here. And I watch the numbers plummet. And I find that to be really interesting, because normally our numbers would be about 5 times of what they are right now. It takes a lot of work in order to get to the bottom of things, and patience, and to do these due diligent dives into the actual documents, into searching things up, and to go into source documents. And I would allege that most people aren't patient enough to do that. Well, thanks for coming on today. Any last words? You got to keep it. I'm going to keep you to 30 seconds, and I'm going to interrupt you because Patrick is sitting backstage patiently waiting to be on. I want to move to that next segment.
No, go for it, and we'll see you guys later.
I think you hit a nail on the head with the question to ask. Is this done by good guys or bad guys? And also, who benefits, how and why? Because sometimes the answers are complicated, but asking those questions is going to help find some answers.
I believe if you really want to know the truth, that the good guys are in charge because God's in charge. And our faith is in God Almighty, and He uses all things for good to those who love Him and are called according to His purposes. So to me, matters not. It matters not, because this is way above the pay grade of human beings of what's going on right now. And that's a perfect thing to rest on. So thanks for coming on today, guys. I am going to do a quick break here, see if I can get a cup of coffee here. And it's going to be a long show today, which is going to be fun. I love that. So I'm going to quick see if I can get a cup of coffee here, and I'll be right back with Patrick. I'm going to say his name wrong, I'm sure. Shaughness. I'm going to let him say it, okay? It's a long name, and I'm not that articulate today. I'm still on my bees production yesterday. So we'll be right back, guys. The next hour is Patrick. Here I am. I'm back. Welcome to the second hour of Brandenburg News Network, and I'm here with Patrick. Please say your last name.
It's Shaughnessy. It's a hard one to pronounce. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's the is it Irish, or what's the origin?
Yeah, it's Irish. My family immigrated over during the potato famine, so they had to come to the promised land instead of staying in poverty and famine. So it was it's an Irish name. I was talking to an Irish guy because I visited Boston not too long ago, and his name was Trent, and he was like, Patrick Shaughnessy? That's crazy. You're like more Irish than I am. It was awesome. But yeah, no, I'm good deal Irish.
Well, that's cool. I've got some Irish in my background too. So
say that the passion is there. As I said, you seem like a pretty passionate lady.
Yeah, pretty much, but I'm not sure which area to blame that on, because I'm a good old American mutt. So
yes, ma'am.
There you go. Well, I got to tell everybody. So I met Patrick at the Ford Leadership Conference or Gala, and we had the greatest conversation that night. And I was so impressed by you. You're 22 years old.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
22 years old, and I have not talked to a more educated 22-year-old gentleman in my entire life. And it was a wonderful conversation we had. And I really had a good time at the Forge gathering. I've been to a couple of the gatherings, and I find this to be an extraordinary organization. It really is. And we talked about everything. And so I'm going to let you go ahead and launch into whatever you want to talk about, because you had some things that you've been researching and such, besides knowing what's happening all over the world. I mean, I could sit and talk to you probably for hours and we wouldn't hit the same subject. And you actually know what you're talking about, which is kind of cool. Researcher, you're a political activist. You help campaigns, conservative candidates in their campaigns. You understand campaign strategy, all kinds of supporting documentation to that, and you follow things. So go ahead and launch into whatever conversation you want to have today.
Well, that was a very generous introduction, so I appreciate that, Donna. So for your viewers who aren't aware, so Donna is in Michigan. So you guys have I would say, a much different political landscape than we in Ohio do.
It's a dumpster fire, total dumpster fire here, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
there's nothing done right here. And so it's sort of like a whole bunch of people floating on the storm seas and trying to survive without the sharks eating us and going underwater.
Yeah. So I'm in Ohio, so we have a little bit of a different landscape here than in Michigan. So in Ohio here, we have Mike DeWine, which people have a lot of different thoughts on Mike DeWine. We have a Republican supermajority in the House and the Senate. And the situation on the ground here is that we've got a lot of Republicans here in Ohio who were old Democrats. And so they're essentially bringing a lot of liberal ideology into the Republican Party. And I'll illustrate this in one way that this plays out. So if your viewers will remember, and if your viewers are plugged in, they'll remember something called Issue 1 here in Ohio. It actually made national news because Issue 1 was a ballot initiative in the state of Ohio to ban abortion, actually, which is something that pro-lifers and people who are real conservatives were fighting for a long time. The problem is that there were a lot of Republicans and a lot of quote unquote moderates who were spreading bad information about this ballot initiative, which it actually didn't even ban abortion. The ultimate goal of it was to ban abortion, which is what the Attorney General said here. The messaging around it was about abortion. The actual amendment itself was to stop the Ohio Constitution from being changed by a bare majority vote, meaning that if you got enough votes to change the Constitution on this ballot initiative, all you needed was 51% of the vote. That's why the Ohio Constitution has been amended over 50 times since its starting point. So that's kind of one way it plays out. Another way that it plays out is we've got something called the Blue 22 here in Ohio, or we had them until we unseated them. We ended up having 22 Democrats here in Ohio vote with the 30 Republicans or 30 Democrats in the House to put in their choice of the Speaker of the House. So we have a real problem here because we Republicans can get nothing done. So what we said was, as a party, well, what we need to do is we need to primary all 22 of these Republicans. We did pretty well. We actually ended up primarying 17 of them. And so we're going to get some real conservatives. So what I've been working on over the last several months with several legislators and several lawmakers who have been in there for a couple of years is saying, hey, we need to come in with a plan of attack. Since we've got real conservatives in here, we're going to get a new Speaker of the House. The question is, how are we going to attack policy? How are we going to attack a lot of the things that we want to get done in the House? Because if you don't come in with a plan, you're going to get nothing done. And that's part of the logic behind Project 2025. That's part of the logic behind a lot of what these think tanks do is they put together plans for the next administration. So that's kind of what I've been working on, and I'd be happy to kind of talk about some of what I've been working on here in Ohio for sure.
I love that. I really would like to hear what you have to say. I'm here to kind of listen to you today, and and so is everybody else, to find out what you know. I mean, we're sharing information about what we know,
100%.
And you have a on the ground perspective of what's happening in Ohio.
So I think so,
and it's applicable across the United States too. I want to add that the things that happen in one state typically have spillover into other states, and people may not even realize that the same kind of thing is going on in their own state.
Yeah, and 100%. So I'll talk about. So I think there's really three pillars of what conservatives here in Ohio need to attack. We need to attack our, how should I say this, Ohio intelligence state. All states have an apparatus that feeds information to the federal government. This is going to sound really conspiratorial, but I can prove how this happens in a very real way.
Well, it's not anything that's a conspiracy becomes truth in like what, 10 minutes?
Well, it's probably about to become real in about 10 minutes, but Ohio has a real problem with domestic information sharing with the federal government. That's pillar number one. Pillar number two is eliminating DEI in all aspects of the government. DEI is poison. It's antithetical to our heritage, and it has no place in any society, I would argue. The only place it's present is in Western society, and it's because we feel the need to apologize for everything that our civilization has done. So I think DEI needs to be eliminated from all aspects of government. We have a bill in Ohio to get rid of it in higher education. I think we need to go further. I think we need to eliminate things like, maybe your viewers can Google this, equity reviews. Equity reviews are common. We have a Republican supermajority in Ohio. I want that to keep flowing around in your head. We have a Republican supermajority in Ohio. We have mandated equity reviews here. Equity is equality of outcome. It's communism. That's all it is. It's straight up communism. Kamala Harris has come out in favor of equity, but that's kind of a separate discussion. So we need to get rid of domestic Ohio's law enforcement information sharing with the federal government. We need to get rid of DEI, and we need to radically shrink special interests and lobbying here in Ohio. We have a number of lobbyists who are paid over $150,000 a year here in Ohio to work with legislators. And there are actually things, I was talking to several aides the other day, there are things called lobbyist bills, where a lobbyist will literally go to a legislator after paying them cash and say, hey, it'd be really nice if we were able to continue our relationship, because they can't bribe elected officials. But what they can say is, I really enjoy my relationship with you. Here's a bill. It would be really great if we were able to get this bill passed to a committee chair or passed on to the House floor. We have a lot of those here in Ohio, especially with large companies like Premier Health, Caremark, CareSource here in Ohio. So,
do you have Corwell down there?
What Corwell?
Corwell Health.
I'm not familiar with
everywhere up here in Michigan. I've been traveling around seeing them, and it's like, how can this explode other than through mergers, acquisitions, and that sort of thing? But it's just exploded up here.
Well, the reason that these huge health networks have exploded as opposed to being individual primary care physicians is because of, first of all, I would argue the expansion of Medicaid. And because Obamacare had an individual mandate, the Affordable Care Act mandated that essentially it's very complicated. There's a lot of aspects to it, but all healthcare facilities are now required to negotiate rates with insurance companies. President Trump got rid of the individual mandate, which was very good, which mandated that everyone essentially that has a job get health insurance. And the ACA put a lot of requirements onto that. For example, like they mandated that all employers cover abortion. And Hobby Lobby, that was the case about Hobby Lobby versus the United States, was that they said, we don't want to, commit infanticide, and we don't want to kill innocent human beings from our religious exemption. But yeah, so, there's a lot of aspects to it, but these large healthcare organizations essentially take Medicaid and they take those federal dollars, and then they provide the minimum necessary care to get people back into the hospital, I would say. So, the real solution to that is restricting, putting more parameters on who can actually get Medicaid. But that's a very politically, that's an issue that no one wants to touch, because you get voted out of office immediately if you say, hey, we want to put, say work requirements in Medicaid, or you have to be disabled or meet certain, disability requirements for Medicaid. So.
Oh, you mean we can't just give out money to everyone that in every direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a no-no because we can't buy our votes without that. Giveaway votes.
100%. But no, and actually it's worse than just buying votes, because one might think, well, okay, so the federal government commits some money to Medicaid and, okay, it can't be that bad, right? Well, the thing is all of that money that the federal government is giving to Medicaid, most of it is given in the forms of what they call block grants to the state. So the federal government's budget is anywhere from $3 to $3.5 trillion a year. When you hear Democrats complaining about defense spending, totally disingenuous, as most things they say are, but the federal budget is actually consists of two parts: mandatory spending and non-mandatory spending. So mandatory spending is our programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, because Republicans surrendered the fight in the 60s to say, we don't want to negotiate how much funding we're going to give to Social Security and Medicaid. We don't want to be politically responsible for that. So what they did was they mandated a certain amount of spending every year that is not negotiated in any of the consolidated budgets. So all these budget fights that you see every year, they don't really matter in terms of, like, you'll see Democrats, oh, we don't want to build the $20 billion wall. Oh, we give too much money to defense spending. We need to increase our spending to health and human services. All of that is irrelevant when we're talking about spending. The only relevant part of spending that would actually matter for reducing our national budget is Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And those are not included in, like, the $1.5 trillion boondoggle spending packages that you see. So, yeah, but a lot of those spending packages, they include grants to states which help fund their Medicare and Medicaid. Like, for example, here in Ohio, our Medicaid is funded 38% by the federal government. The problem with that is that funding for these state-based programs are reliant on a federal government that can get cheap money. And we don't have cheap money anymore. We have very expensive money. If I wanted to go start a business today, my minimum loan would be anywhere from 8 to 10%. And I've started a couple businesses. And so I know that we don't have cheap credit anymore. These programs, these social programs, are about to get a lot more expensive. And we're going to have to make some hard choices that Republican politicians have been terrible at making for the last several decades.
Agree with you on that one. So
yeah.
This is interesting. And, I'm going to go back to the criminality of our government too, which we haven't gone there yet. But the fact that, they are involved in money laundering and supporting outside ventures, let's say, and getting kickbacks from them. So the whole budget and the spending is so out of whack. It needs a complete audit and reversal of so many policies in there. It's incredible.
Here's a fun fact for you. So the Department of Defense every year has an audit. The only individual branch of the U.S. Armed Forces that has ever passed its audit was the Marine Corps last year. No military service has actually ever undergone a full audit. True story.
That's interesting. I know that's one of the problems with 9/11, with what Rumsfeld said is that they had lost, like, how many, helicopters and such, and things that weren't accounted for and such, and that's part of it, is that when you start dealing with anything that's at a state level and governmental level, it seems like they do a real good job of hiding information. It's never easy to find. And they don't want us to know what they're doing.
100%. I mean, so the thing is like, I'm all for transparent government. I think the problem is that our government is way too big. It's like, if you're searching for information, like, it almost takes a professional level journalist or professional researcher to find a lot of this information, because it's so big. Like, I spent probably 5 hours trying to find out how much money Ohio spends on what are called fusion centers, intelligence fusion centers. Took me 4 hours. I was able to find it because I know, where to look and stuff. But it's like for the average citizen, first of all,
explain why you were looking into the fusion centers.
So that goes back to point one of what I think Republicans here in Ohio need to focus on, the domestic information sharing. So I was curious yesterday. I was putting together a report for some movers and shakers here in Ohio. And we were wondering, okay, what is the landscape of information sharing look like? You're familiar with the FBI abuse, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. What do you know?
Fedsurrection on every single level, and they're using private companies to gather information. So it's a third party data collection, which is how they get around the law. Mm-hmm. So that's part of it. But there is nothing that's off the table that they can't get spy-wise that they're not really involved in. And so, and we don't even know the extent of a lot of the problems, but we can see their their fingerprints on everything when it comes to, say 9/11, Oklahoma, targeting Americans. And I think you can go right down the list on the all of the intelligence agencies. They're all kind of they're not playing right.
So one of the big issues that people typically talk about when we're thinking about intelligence agencies and the way they use their power is...
Can I make a clarification here?
Yeah.
I do know a lot of people that are working within those agencies that are good people.
Sure.
And so it's not like I'm condemning all of them. Mm-hmm. However, the structure leads itself for parasitic invasion and co-opting processes that are supposed to work. And there seems to be no way to hold them truly accountable in a lot of these situations.
Well, here's what I would say. So I think our intelligence apparatus has gotten way too big for the level of threats that we face. One might say, okay, we live in the modern world and we need, say, surveillance of our computer networks. Okay. I'm like, I understand why someone would want to say that, because we need to have a government that keeps us safe. If government has no other role, it is to, protect the people. That's really the role of government, I would say, at a base level, is to provide a national defense and to enforce contract law. At the most basic level, I think most conservatives would kind of agree on that, right? I would say, for example, here in Ohio, we have what are called fusion centers. Fusion centers are a collaboration between the federal level of the Department of Homeland Security. And I would encourage your viewers to actually look these up, because these are very relevant, very worth your time to think about. So they're a partnership between the federal Department of Homeland Security, state level law enforcement, and local law enforcement. What the Department of Homeland Security does is they set standards and they issue grants for these fusion centers in Ohio. They take this thing called the Homeland Security Information Network. This information network then access to it is distributed. Yep, there you go. That's what it is. These information networks then distribute information to a lot of key players from submissions from state level and local level officials. The idea of it was to share intelligence surrounding 9/11 because the FBI and the CIA failed to talk to each other, and that resulted in 9/11. Now, regardless of your views on 9/11, that's the official story in the 9/11 Commission report,
which I think 98% of us don't believe anymore.
Sure, and fair enough. I understand why people don't trust government, but that's the official story. So these fusion centers were established on the premise that we need to share intelligence better. Well, when we're thinking about intelligence center or the use of intelligence, Americans really do not trust intelligence agencies to appropriately use that information. And one reason why is I would say that the FBI has been used to target conservatives, specifically to target President Trump, but also target people like January 6thers, or to target people like Catholic nuns or Catholic priests for being anti-abortion. So they issue these grants for domestic violent extremists, and they actually partner with the CDC. And I'd be happy to send you references on this, because all of this information is public information. And they partner with the FBI, and for example, here in Ohio, it's with the Narcotics Counterintelligence Bureau and the State Highway Patrol, and a bunch of different state level agencies to essentially enforce the requirements of these grants that Homeland Security gives to these state level agencies. It sounds, really nefarious, but what it means in practice is that these state level agencies are essentially executing the will of Homeland Security. Now, personally, I don't trust Homeland Security and the FBI to set honest and reasonable requirements for state and local law enforcement. I do not trust, for example, Kamala Harris to produce intelligence products that are based on anything real. I think that what Kamala Harris would like to see is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden would like to see a lot of DEI requirements in these grants. And that is actually what's inside of them. There's a requirement in these grants that we don't target people based on race. Like, okay, I understand that. Then why are disproportionately, overwhelmingly, people who are not criminals being targeted by these fusion centers for abuse? Why, for example, are fusion centers allowed to request information from social media companies on individual accounts that they identify as problematic? I don't think that is good at all. And actually, the good part of this is states and local municipalities actually have a lot of leverage over these fusion centers, because there's 79 of these fusion centers around the United States. This is the primary way that Homeland Security gets information. The FBI works with fusion centers, but they have something called a Joint Terrorism Task Force, a JTTF. That's their primary way of getting information. States have a lot of leverage over these places because they have jurisdiction over these individual state level law enforcement agencies. So I'm working with several lawmakers to provide recommendations on either how we can improve these fusion centers here in Ohio, or we can get rid of them entirely.
Yeah, my whole thing is let's nullify and abolish about 90% of the crap that we've got going on right now. This has become such a behemoth. We can't make more laws to constrain the power that they have, that they have usurped. And so it's like I don't believe you can constrain them anymore. They need to be abolished.
Well, the problem is actually, the real problem with kind of a conservative philosophy is, I'm an older type of conservative. I'm an old right conservative. So I believe in borders and demographics and culture. And I believe the United States is a place, not an idea. So I'm an older type of conservative.
You believe in your country, Patrick?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Did you watch the RNC, right?
I was there.
Did you see the World War II guy that got up there? The D-Day guy?
Yes, I did.
I think we can learn a lot from there was a lot of wisdom there from our friend over there. That was
showstopper.
I think probably my favorite. I obviously love President Trump's speech, but I think he was probably the best. He was certainly my favorite speech there of the night.
I gotta tell you, he was mine too. Yeah. And you couldn't help but watch him and listen to him with just incredible respect for that man, and watch him speak and not get choked up at his words. and his love for this nation.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and what he put his life on the line for. I mean,
100%.
he was very, very inspiring.
Well, I think what you heard in his speech is what he said is the line that really went viral was, you know, when I came home to the United States, I kissed the ground, because this is our home. This isn't, you know, I didn't bear arms so that I could, you know, defend an abstract idea of liberty, although that might be part of it. We fight to defend our home. You know,
we fight for what we love.
We fight for our families and for the nation and to protect our communities. So it's not primarily an abstract idea of liberty, although that, you know, for me, that was certainly, you know, that was certainly what got me into politics and what motivated me. But I continue, you know, to fight for liberty here in Ohio, because of, you know, the land and the people here, because I think we have good people who've been oppressed too long by tyrannical government forces. But I think where I was kind of going with that is William F. Buckley in the 60s in National Review tried to essentially, there is something called the Old Fusionist Consensus. Are you familiar with this at all?
Mm-mm.
So it's called the Fusionism of the 60s.
Okay.
William F. Buckley essentially fused what he did. It was a big project, but what he did was he fused essentially the libertarians with the paleoconservatives. So the Pat Buchanans of the world, you know, what he said is it's more important that we win political office and that we fight the communists than quibble about things like that, like America is an idea over a place, or should we have, you know, the Department of Homeland Security be present? Because what he argued is that essentially we need to play nice with the Democrats because we need a large security state to fight the communists. And I have a little bit of sympathy for that, because you're like, well, you know, we have Alger Hiss and we have communists in the State Department and we have the Soviet Union abroad. So we need a muscular military and we want a intelligence apparatus that can handle dealing with the Soviet Union. You're like, okay, I understand that. The problem is when you surrender things like Social Security and when you allow our government to go way out of control. Our government is probably 4 times the size that we actually need it to be. And William F. Buckley, I would say, is sort of responsible for a lot of these, you know, kind of just surrendering on the back of we need to just accept a large government so that we can get elected. I don't think that is something that we have to fight China, but China is not nearly the threat that the Soviet Union was, I would say. They have severe demographic problems, and their economy is going to go in shambles in several years.
Yeah, I think it's already there. I think China right now is a paper tiger, and the people that are China are within our borders.
Yes.
It's like it's stopped being a geographical location, and that has become a globalist part of the global crime syndicate, which is the enemies are right here, and they parade as American politicians and movers and shakers instead of just normal everyday people that want to be left alone and live their lives and such for true freedom and liberty.
Well, do you remember reading about Eric Swalwell?
Yes.
Yeah, the Lee Fang. Yeah.
Yeah, and all the stuff, you know, and it's like they're really good at infiltrating. And I think, unfortunately, right now we have a lot of people who are under threat and coercion within our government. There's a lot of blackmail, and when you see people that switch, you know they go in with good intentions and such. Now, were they liars before they got in just to get the vote, or were they compromised after they got in? And I think that's something that's for us to go forward. We're also going to have to address. It's truly, I really truly believe we're in a spiritual war right now, and there's no way out of it unless this nation turns back to God. And there is a moral standard that we live up to no matter what it is. But yeah, that whole thing with Fang and welcoming spies into our beds, etc., is not okay. But it's too bad. But let me go a step further with that.
Sure.
Where is the failure really happening? I would allege that the failure is with the American people and the apathy to not get involved, but expect someone to fix our problems. We need to go at this as a crowd, a kind of like a crowd. I don't know the word I'm looking for right now, but you understand that a crowd effort where we're all working together instead of sitting back criticizing this person and that person and that person, and setting up all those teams of who we think are approved or not approved, who are going to fix our problems. It doesn't work that way. Our problems get solved when we step up, when we decide to be an activist such as yourself and become educated, or decide that we're going to run for office, or we're going to tell people, we're going to post to social media, we're going to educate people around us. And then when we see something, you can't tell me that there weren't every single person in office around Swalwell that didn't know that he was having an inappropriate relationship with Fang Fang, and that they didn't know that she was in fact a Chinese spy. And all of a sudden it comes out in the media like we're all supposed to believe that, oh no, he's been sleeping with a Chinese spy. Yes. Who covered this up? Why? And who is sitting there going, well, we didn't know. The guy he knew. The gal sitting over here, she knew. 100%. Everyone in the department knew, because they look into people's backgrounds, and so that makes them complicit.
Well, Don, I think the word you're looking for with all of this is culture war. What we need is conservatives to grow a backbone, and we need to have we need to start putting. This is where the DEI stuff really comes in, because there can be no compromise from conservatives on saying that we are going to include race as a factor in hiring. That cannot be a point that we surrender on. We have to fight that at every single level of government. We have to root it out. We have to make it socially unacceptable, and we have to discourage it on the government level. A lot of people. No, sorry, go ahead.
Well, and what people don't understand is that Caucasians only make up 7% of the planet. Yes. And that's who they're railing against. 7% of the planet is Caucasians. And why is it that, the white males are the ones that are beat on the most of anyone? I don't get it. Shut them up. It's like everyone has the right to speak and to come forward. And, it's like nobody has the right to infringe on anybody's rights or make them feel ashamed to be what they are. That's as much racism as anything else is.
I think the discussion about rights is very interesting, because I think conservatives have gotten co-opted into talking about our rights a lot. Conservatives historically,
but they don't do anything.
For example, Russell Kirk talked a lot about our responsibility. Edmund Burke talked a lot about responsibility and our responsibility as a society to each other. I think conservatives have gotten co-opted by the left into a very liberal interpretation of rights, where we view it's a lot of the discussion is like, well, my rights, my Second Amendment rights are being infringed upon. My free speech rights are being infringed upon, where it's like, I hear that. I really do, because I do think that individuals have a right to bear arms. However, those rights are not primarily about you. Those rights are about the people having a right to revolution, or the people having a right to express their displeasure with the government. Our responsibility is primarily to others. It's not primarily to ourselves. And I think that really changes. I think that really is a huge paradigm shift for a lot of conservatives, because when you start going, well, it's less about me and more about my community, because we know as conservatives, liberals will a lot of times argue the fundamental building block of society is the individual. Because if we can just educate people enough, or if we can, establish all these laws and relationships around consent, the primary building block of society is the family. And when the family goes away, and when our responsibility to each other in the family goes away, I would say that's really when you end up with a lot of problems. I would say the primary way that people relate to each other in society, in a good society, is when we have respect for each other and when we all have a sense of responsibility towards each other, not when we start consenting to relationships with each other. That ends up in all sorts of mess, because if you think about it, a son or a daughter does not consent. This is really kind of abstract, but we're really getting into like some abstract politics.
That's okay. I love getting into this. Like, let's just do that, because all opinions are important, and in getting into discussions that people aren't used to it's an important thing for people, whoever they are, to say what's on their mind, whether it's abstract or concrete. It's all stuff that's great to ponder.
Well, and this gets back to part of the problem is, like, if we think the family is the fundamental unit of society as conservatives, what is the family? What do you think the family is, Donna?
What do I think the family is?
Yeah, what do you think the family is?
Well, mine is a broader spectrum than what most people believe is the family, because I'm great at adopting, and people become part of my family on a regular basis, in fact. So
that's awesome.
My idea of family is how do I say this? It's not as much about my own biological family as in the spiritual family of the people around me. So I see my family as a spiritual qualifier, becomes part of my family. So, like, let's just say that somebody says they're Christian. Are they part of my family? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. But if somebody is willing to protect and defend everyone around them, basically put other people before themselves, pick out, not to say that you abandon all those things that you enjoy, because in a family, we support the things that each other enjoys, and we respect boundaries. There's all of these things, but I have my bee guy that we did honey yesterday, right? So this is our first pull of honey off my hives.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
And so Eric, who we were doing the bees last night together, is definitely closer. Him and his family are closer to my family than my own biological brother. And so, when you see, so there's a qualifier there, but those people, that on your last day, that's the person you want to be with, because they're, does that make some sense? And
no,
so,
that makes a lot of sense.
I have an adopted daughter whose mom was killed. Thank you. I just had a gracious individual bring me my cup of coffee that I wasn't.
There you go. Nice.
So thank you.
There you go.
I have an adopted daughter whose mom was killed at her side in a train accident in India. And she's 28 years old, but she's about 3 years old mentally. And she's missing about half of her brain. That's true. And from the injuries and the craniotomy she had when she was in India, which I can't say they probably did a very good job on any of it, but she's family. And we have other people around us that have become family. There's a dear, dear friend of ours that his name is Mike Bodell, and he's become family to my family, and he may be listening out there. And so my is not quite as a academic view of family, but parents have the ownership of their property, and the children are under the parent's supervision until 18 years old. And so a classical definition, it's, mom, dad, kids, and that's the structure. That's the governmental structure. So,
well, no, I think I actually think what you just said there was a really beautiful picture of how society should work.
It should work that way.
Yes, we should. You're right. I think what you kind of said there was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but like what you said is, I have, my family, and that includes my adopted daughters and my adopted sons. And then I have like my immediate family. And then in that family, I have a broader community that I feel a certain responsibility for. And I think that's probably why you're involved in politics, is because you feel a certain level of responsibility to that community around you. But at the core of your relationship to this community around you is that immediate family. And you're like, I'm sure, because you seem like a fire lady, you're like, I will protect my family at all costs.
So the problem with the whole statement is that God appointed me mom to the whole world. So I like feel like responsibility to everybody. So like whatever is in front of me or an issue that I have, if I see an injustice that's happening, I will jump in the middle of it to defend the people. And I think that broader issue is what are you willing to tolerate when it comes to seeing usurpations on other people's rights or threats to them, both, in a bodily form or in a psychological form or something? What are you willing to stand for? And when you stand for those principles, which are the principles of God, the whole human race becomes your family.
For sure.
How does that sound? And so you've got bad kids sometimes that are, or kids that are behaving badly, and you have kids that are behaving well. The ones that are behaving badly, it's time for some behavior modification, shall we say?
Yeah.
And that's all part of it.
But so what you just said there, I think is really interesting, because what you said there is like, you've got behavior modification, right? Like your relationship to those communities, like it isn't like, oh, I consent to a relationship with you, so you consent to a relationship with me. And so we're going to kind of relate to each other on this very, contractual, because that's what the left talks about a lot. Is like, I listen to several leftist podcasts, and this is what they talk about all the time. They hammer it home. The basis of human relationships is based on consent. I just don't agree with that. I think our relationships to each other are based on our level of responsibility to each other.
I agree with you entirely.
Yeah.
Because if you disagree with somebody, and I think that we've said this several times, that it's more important to defend the rights of those you disagree with.
Yes.
But hold it to a moral code. We don't have to agree with everybody. Mm-hmm. I honestly think the government should not be involved in marriage. I get asked that question all the time by people around me that I know who are gay or lesbian. Sure. They're like, well, what do you think? They're testing me. What do you think about, gay marriage? And I said, I think it's a stupid question, and I'm insulted that you would even ask me such an impertinent, stupid question. The real question is why is the government involved in marriage? Why did they issue a marriage license? They don't have that right to do that, nor do they have. It's all about the government owning assets, and they're betting that your marriage is going to fail, whether you're straight or gay, doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. They are betting that and they're going to do everything they can to throw you into the civil action jurisdiction, which is parading as our justice system, so that they can keep you in there to enrich the attorneys, the bar association and such, which is a club, not a legal entity. There's no such thing as a license to practice law. That's a fraud there. And so that they can make you go to them as experts and make you pay the piper in their tyrannical system. So
well, and I think
get out of marriage, government. It's not even
I think what you kind of have observed there is the purpose of the government getting in marriage was actually, they started issuing marriage licenses in about the 60s because they wanted to incentivize straight couples to get married, and they wanted to incentivize people to have kids. So I actually do support things like child tax credits or credits to straight couples to get married, because I'm a natalist. So I support people, and I think you and me would agree on this, is like, we want people who are native to the United States to get married and to have kids and to continue our generation. We don't want to import new Americans necessarily. Now,
okay, so can we have a discussion on that? If we close the borders and stop importing invading armies that the rest of us have to support, because, if we're supporting, I just wrote a resolution to stop the cessation for all payments to any immigrant for housing, food. If you want to come here, you need to get in the game and work with us, not expect us to pay your way.
Well, that's what JD
I'm
Vance said.
Insulted with
That's
this
what JD
entirely.
Vance said at the RNC. He said they come on our terms. They come on our terms. And that is the only way that we actually have a functional immigration system, because if we have immigrants coming on their terms, people will come here. However, like there will be no assimilation. And the problem that the left does not recognize is that you can't simply take the people of the United States out of the United States and put them in Mongolia, and then take people from Mongolia and put them in the United States. It would be a totally different country with a people who are alien to that place. We want a country, and I can speak for young conservatives here. Young conservatives, we want a country that reflects our heritage. We want a nation that is imbued with meaning and purpose. We don't want to import foreign cultures that don't fit here.
Well, especially not ones that are being funded by our government, such as radicalized invading armies under the guise of a religious entity, which they are not. It's a military move by people who are radicalized to kill us, in fact.
Yes.
Being imported into this nation. And that has nothing to do with bringing a lawful immigration into this country. They're importing a hostile military army, which has been radicalized, which is taking our assets instead of coming in here to be Americans, to take over this country and kill us. I mean, look at what happened in Britain this past week with all those kids that got stabbed. And I'm going to go back to that. Why were military protecting the mosque when we've watched how many churches be burned to the ground? Where were they then? Where were they to enforce the laws in the playgrounds that kept these kids safe in the first place? Where were they in importing this illegal alien army of trained military assets? We know right now that Israel, the country of Israel, the illegal government of Israel, which we've got, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to piss off everybody in the ADL and all that sort of thing. I'm sure they're going to come after me at some point.
Well, the ADL is, yeah.
Let's have a discussion on that. We've got people that have dual citizenship in our nation. How can you serve two countries? You can't. And then watch this is not against the Jewish people. I mean, the Israeli government has killed their own people. And do you realize that I think I heard the term, I got to look up the source on this, 90% of people in Israel are atheists. Okay. We got some problems here. And so when we look at the people that are coming over, from that have been radicalized as Muslims, I don't think so. And the fact that Israel is training cartels and doing weapons trafficking into Mexico. Mexico has declared war on the United States by passing these people into the United States of America. That is an invasion that Mexico isn't involved in, and we need to start treating it as such, in my opinion. I'm kind of done with this, but I agree with you. Why is it that Americans in America has become the whipping boy of this entire world, from taking all of this funding to Ukraine, to everywhere else, and allowing people such as little Miss Somalia up there in Minnesota. Sit there and say, I fight for Somalia, then get the hell out of our country and go back. You're either going to fight for this nation standing with us or get out.
Well,
I really feel that way.
I think the reason that you're seeing a lot of people feel the need to apologize for the West is because we've got a real infestation in our institutions of people who think that the United States is responsible for slavery. A lot of academics. I went to liberal schools. I've gone to liberal schools, and a lot of academic types, very ethereal types, think that slavery was the United States' original sin. Slavery was bad. The thing about slavery, though, is that every society in history has practiced slavery. there are more slaves now than there were in 1750. There are I have lots of moral issues with slavery, but to say that the United States was uniquely responsible, or that the West was uniquely responsible for slavery, is willful ignorance at best.
Well, and if somebody's going to talk about that and reparations for slavery, why aren't they yelling and screaming about people that are literally being sold as slaves and on platforms in Africa? Why are they not actually talking about the human trafficking that's going on in our own nation?
Well, the reason is, I think the reason is because we've got a cynical ruling class here in the United States that thinks that they can shame U.S. citizens into giving up their sovereignty to far off people in Washington. And I'll admit, I'm a college-educated white guy that probably is the prime demographic for someone to target for feeling shameful about our history. But I think that our history and our heritage is something that we should be proud of. We in America almost single-handedly built the modern world. We have given trillions to Africa in human aid. We liberated the entire world from communism. Those are not things that we should be ashamed of. Our heritage is something that we should cherish. And I think that a lot of conservatives are out here blackpilling about, America is so done for and we're so finished. And I would encourage people to get involved in their local politics or get involved in their local scene, get involved in something. If you get involved a little bit, you'll see that people are much more receptive to your input than you might even really realize. I got involved in politics about 8 months ago. I'm now talking regularly with 10 different state representatives. That's something that most people could probably do. I'm not really exceptional. I'm probably not even above average intelligence.
I think you are too. You're very intelligent.
I appreciate that, but I'm probably not even above average intelligence. If people just take the time to call their state representative and actually have a conversation with them, not the aide, the actual representative, most of the time they'll listen to you. And most of the time they'll listen to your recommendations too, especially if you donate money. If you give them money, they'll totally listen to you. So
not a good system, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And going back to something, I'm going to segue into Tom Speciale. He's going to come on next, and we're going to talk about, salvation and the basis of this nation when we look at how many systems have been co-opted. And I think that this is this can never be overstated on how these systems have been co-opted. Our religions have been co-opted. The amount of Masonic churches in this area that I'm in Grand Rapids, Michigan, it would be shocking to people. How many of them took the 501c3 money to stay on the payroll? The question is who's taking money for this behavior? And you're going to find who is honestly either standing with God or not standing with God. And it's going to come down to that. I'm going to go back to a prayer that George Washington, one of our founding fathers, said, written at age 20, my 22-year-old friend, Patrick Shaughness. See, I got your name right this time, right?
There you go.
And so we're going to say this prayer, and then we're going to go into the our intelligence officer, Tom Speciale, Speciale, and his take on this. But we need to remember that this all goes back with God. When things started going wrong was when we kicked God out of our nation and decided that this was all about the individual, which is exactly where you were going with this. It's the individual, and what the communists want us to focus in on, the individual, but the individual being put in a pig pen of getting crumbs of, own self-righteousness. I mean, we could go on that for a long time. So let me go over this prayer from 20-year-old George White. I would like to challenge everybody out there. Write a prayer today. I don't care how old you are. And let's put it out there to God in a way that is meaningful for this nation, because we are in a spiritual war right now. There's no two ways about it. And and the co-opted religious institutions that we believed in, and countries like such as Israel, even the United States, how far we've been infiltrated. That's what the parasite culture does. They infiltrate. Satan doesn't invent anything new. He's a parasite. He lives off the host. He's a nothing created being that's going to spend the eternity in not where we are. So there you go. So listen to this. Almighty God, the most merciful Father, since thou art a God of pure eyes and wilt be sanctified in all who draw near to thee, who dost not regard the sacrifice of fools, nor hear sinners who tread in thy courts, pardon, I beseech thee, my sins. Remove them from thy presence as far as the east is from the west, and accept me on the merits of thy Son, Jesus Christ, that when I come into thy temple and encompass thine altar, my prayer may come before thee as incense. And as thou wouldst hear me call upon thee in my prayers, and give me grace to hear thee calling on me in thy word, that it may be wisdom, righteousness, reconciliation, and peace to the saving of my soul in the day of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. So
Donna.
There we go. So thank you for being on today. Could you tell people how to get a hold of you? Do you have a website or anything else like that so that people can, or Twitter? I know you're on Twitter. So let people know how to get a hold of you and follow you. I find you to be absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
And I'd love to have you back on again talking about, the budgets and all these things, because you are a wealth of knowledge.
Well,
Much respect.
Thank you, Donna. Anyone can follow me on Southern Ohio Conservatives. The Twitter handle is Conserve South Ohio. And they can call or text me at 937-280-6491. That's my work cell.
Let's get a group of your buddies to come on here and do a panel
100%.
from Forge or whoever you think would be great to talk to, because I would like to hear the perspective of all kinds of, I'm 60 years old, right? So everybody's younger than me right now. But I would love to hear the perspective of 20-year-olds. Did you know that Michigan had the most amount of young people in history voting, or in the United States voting in our elections? It's
That's crazy.
It was huge. What
Wow.
the percentage of young people voting in the last election was. And it's inspiring to see people such as yourself, stepping up to the call and to being in a position to make changes and restore this nation. I have so much respect for you and the people at Forge. I want to thank every single one of you. And please, let's put a group together and
Absolutely.
get your voices out there. I want to help you. I don't have all the answers, but I can certainly stand with you, and we can share information and come together and talk about these important issues. So you have a very great day today. I'm going to go to a break, and Tom Speciale will be right on as soon as we come back. Have a great day. Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, Donna.
Bye-bye. Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Brandenburg News Network. I am Donna Brandenburg and I'm here with Tom Speciale. How you doing? I can't hear you. Are you muted? Something's not coming through the microphone here. I'll have to see what's going on here. So I'm going to let you tinker with that just a little bit, and we'll go over here and let Tom figure out, well, as soon as you get sound, just talking. And I'm not sure, sometimes let's see. see what's going on here. This is what happens with live broadcast, because sometimes, it's real news for real people by real people at the kitchen table, which is beautiful. And sometimes we have to punt. I want to move into these fusion centers that Patrick was talking about. Wasn't he spectacular? He's amazing. And I had the privilege of speaking to him the other night for quite a long period of time. And it was an inspiring conversation. And I'm like, how old are you? 22. It was amazing. He's got a great grasp of how the world is being run. So let's jump back and see if Tom's got it working. You got it working there, Tom? How about headphones? Can you go through headphones? Oh, where we go. We're gonna disconnect and see what happens. Maybe come back on and see if it'll come back on. If not, we'll just call him by phone and get him on that way. I love Tom. He is so insightful, and he's been working on the J6 investigations and such, alongside of a little different area, but alongside of Ivan Rakelin. And two gentlemen are absolutely spectacular in the work that they've done, trying to get to the bottom of this and writing the attack on American soil that we had during the J6 Fedsurrection, because it definitely was a setup. Going back to the FBI nonsense that's going on, it's amazing. So here you go. Let's try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Let me see if is that a better picture angle. Let me
yeah, you're good.
Let me fix some stuff here real quick, because I had some notes up and I want to get it up on my screen so that I can be looking at the camera at the same time.
No worries. We got all kinds of time. Be patient.
Let's see here.
A little bit of feedback sound-wise, but not too loud.
All right, let's see. Oh, goodness. Live video.
You know what I like best about this? Nobody can say that this was edited.
That's right. Okay, let's see. Let me put it over here. Let's see if this works.
That's why I jump on here, because it is actually I like going live, because nobody can say that it, they can't say that it was edited, because you're going to see all the mistakes, but you're going to see what's authentic.
Okay, so how
are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I was listening to the last part of the segment there with Patrick. What I really, really loved was the humility. Clearly, when people have that kind of, humility about their capabilities, they generally are more trustworthy to me. And I think that, as a young man getting active, very early on, I warn people though about getting active too early. I tell people, go get some dirt on your boots, go get a career first, or have a career at the same time that you're volunteering and you're working, because we've got a lot of career politicians up there that really never had a job. So, the recommendation is always first go get a job. Then after that, and be involved, but don't make politics your primary focus, because that's never going to be a good thing. So
it should never be an industry or a career. And the problem is that what we have right now is it's become an industry for self, perpetuation. I mean, it's just constantly hiding things for each other. And those people are standing together against we, the people. And some of the most insulting things I have ever heard were from people that are in fact on the government payroll. I remember hearing a librarian years ago, and I was shocked that these words came out of her mouth. It's amazing what you can do with a whole bunch of taxpayers' money. And, and it was all about their little special self, interest projects to give them fame or glory, put on a building or something like that, which doesn't serve the people at all.
That's right. Because the wrong kind of people have migrated into that work, because the system is designed to go on forever, instead of it being how it was intended, that it was supposed to be a sacrifice for you to serve your country in politics. Now it's become a profession, and it should never have been allowed to become a profession. It should have always been, it should cost you money to go and be a politician. You shouldn't come out of there a millionaire. we've got a bartender up there that was, wasn't worth a pot to piss in, and now all of a sudden she's a multimillionaire because she was able to convince people to vote for her one time. It's asinine. This stuff should have never happened.
Yes. And, and then when you look at the amount of money, the structure of the money that's gone into our government is everything goes away from the people. The people don't trust the government. They shouldn't trust the government. They have had every single trust that they put into it betrayed. And I think it's time to bring this back into a proper order because we're not there.
Donna, I would say, and we're going to get as I talk about sort of my walk with God throughout all of this tribulation that I've been through personally and our country's been going through. I think we've got to be very, very careful. I get called out on it all the time when we say we say they did this to us, whatever, right? I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. But we got to be really careful who they is, because I work with a lot of these people. The issue is that when they reach a certain level, they become compromised by the position they're in and the political pressure they're under, or ultimately they get co-opted by the influence of a political party or whatever the case may be. But that usually only happens at the very highest levels. Probably 99.9% of all the people that are working in the FBI, people in the DOD, people at CIA, people at NSA, people at NRO, those people are carrying out the good work of the American people, and they are going to work every day trying to protect us, keep us safe. The problem is that the bureaucrats that ascend to the highest levels are the ones that become co-opted by the political parties. And that's when the policy within the organization changes. And there's a lot of people that are very disgruntled. That's why we have so many whistleblowers that have come out. There are a lot of people that are disgruntled because they see now the corruption that has it infused itself within these government organizations, and they're themselves rebelling against it, and they're basically calling out the evil that they see that's going on. And it's funny because that's a big part of ultimately what I've been working on from the inside and from the outside for about the last 4 years almost, is helping the American people understand how the corruption really works, not our gut visceral reaction that, we just want to throw the whole Secret Service out because somebody took a shot at the president. That's not a rational, logical, or constructive way of understanding the situation we're in, to just throw the bath out with the bath water. It doesn't make any sense, and it's also to our detriment. It also shows that we're not very astute. We're not very, as citizens, we are not educating ourselves about how the system really works, as opposed to just being upset about something bad that happened. We've got to be very, very careful that we don't throw the bathtub out with the bath water, because
baby out with the bath water. We need to question
baby out with the
everything.
bath water. Yeah. The baby, even worse. Let's not throw the baby out with the bath water. How about that?
There, that would be good.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, when we talked about this, we had the interview before, and it was a lot about the J6 stuff. But what we didn't get a chance to talk about was how God had protected me and put me in a position, I think, to do what I've been able to do for the last several years. And that's kind of what, we talked about. We were going to talk about today is the degree of protection that I had from God. Ultimately, I believe because I have lived in a life of submission to God since I was a kid. And I think that God protected me on January 6th and ultimately put me in a position where I could really have an influence, I think, on the course of, history and how things are going to be going forward. So.
Well, it's all God. I mean, we just stand. If he asks us to do something, we're supposed to step forward. We don't need to know what the end game is of what he asks us to do. We just have to be willing to step out step by step, and he will kind of lead us and maybe move us around a little bit. But eventually, his purposes are the ones that need to be accomplished, not ours.
That's right.
He can do this without us. He gives us the honor of being able to accomplish things and work with him, but he doesn't need us to do that.
Yeah, that's right. And I 100% agree. I think that I've sort of experienced that myself in a way that when 9/11 happened, I felt this pull to go to New York. I was in DC at the time, and I had this pull on my heart, like I had to go to New York and see it. And I went and I walked around the entire debris field. I was there for several hours, and then my wife was calling me in Illinois, and I headed to Illinois. But then there was a movie made several years after that where a military guy had gotten a call from God to go to New York, and he went and he did the exact same thing I did. He went, he didn't know why he was going. He went and he ended up walking around the debris field, and he ended up finding buried a group of firefighters. I think they were firefighters that he found buried. And I felt like that God had called me there. He didn't know which one of us he would have needed. Like, that's kind of how I felt about it. He didn't know which one of us was going to go in the right place or whatever. So he called a bunch of people there. And I think that story, that true life story of that veteran that found I think they were buried firefighters. It really struck me odd, because I had gone for kind of an unknown reason myself. And then there was another guy who did the same thing and ultimately found those buried firefighters. It's an incredible story. So I think that's exactly what he does, and that's a big part of what I wanted to talk about with everything that's happened to me in my life since January 6th. And really before that, is that God essentially puts, doors for you and asks you to walk through them. He doesn't tell you to walk through them unless you ask him to tell you, but he puts these opportunities in your path. And if you're walking with God, then you know which opportunities that you're supposed to, or obstacles that you're supposed to take on. And in my case, it's been a lot of obstacles. And that's been my submission is if God puts an obstacle in front of me, I'm just going to reduce that obstacle. I'm just going to go through that obstacle, and I'm going to walk in faith. And that's really the story I wanted to tell today, is my walk in faith and how God protected me. And I think in many ways is helping, I hope helping the American people understand the circumstances that we're in.
Well, it's encouraging to hear that there's so many good people in these organizations, because from the outside, it looks like the whole thing needs to be thrown on the dumpster, on the burn pile and eradicate all of it, because we're not hearing about the good stuff that is happening within the organizations. All we hear is, and we're bombarded with it, not just on the media, but even alternative media. And that's why you've got to question everything, because even the alternative media, I don't know what percentage of that is already co-opted and part of a psyop. I think there's a decent amount of that is a psyop.
I think in that vein, I think that it's very important. A good example. Here's a really great example. We'll just very quickly. Whose responsibility is it to investigate the assassination attempt on Donald Trump? Whose responsibility is that in the government? Whose responsibility is that?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. I don't know.
Well, the clear answer is it's the FBI. The FBI is the one that would be responsible for investigating the attempted murder of a president. They would investigate the attempted assassination. Now, whose responsibility is it to investigate the security failures?
Again, I'm not sure.
It's not the Secret Service, because the Secret Service can't investigate themselves, and it's not the FBI, because the FBI can't investigate another federal organization for a security failure, for a procedural failure, right? That would be ultimately oversight by Congress, and then ultimately DHS. DHS would do an internal review of the practice, the procedures of the Secret Service, and determine what it was, where was the breakdown that occurred that allowed for this to happen, right? So you get a lot of people running around, their hair's on fire, and they're talking about how everybody's got to be fired and we got to fire everybody. We don't even know what happened yet. And everybody's running around talking about, let's just fire everybody. Well, that's asinine, Donna. That doesn't make any sense because you don't even know what happened yet. And you can't determine in situations like this, you can't determine what happened in 30 minutes. It's just not rational to think that even after, I would say, a month, that you actually really know what happened, because you've got to interview everybody that was involved. You've got to look at, you've got to really understand, you got to look at any of the documents, and it's got to be an independent third party that looks at everything and that does the interviews. You've got to have an independent, and that's where the DHS internal review would come in to do an independent review of what happened. Now, where we run into a problem is when they're embarrassed by their failures and they cover something up. And that's also a big part of what I've been doing over the last several years, is because the problem lie when the American people don't have faith in that investigation. That's where the problem comes in, because if they feel like you're covering something up, then it leads to the conspiracy theories, and then the conspiracy leads to the extremism, and then the extremism leads to violence. We've got to avoid that. We've got to be rational people. We cannot just let our passions run away with us and be like, let's just fire everybody, because somebody's got to protect the president, no matter who the president is. And we've got to have, we've got to have the right policies and procedures in place. And the only way you can do that is by doing a careful analysis of what happened. A really great example is, I was watching the Pennsylvania chief of police guy that they interviewed, and they said that they had 2 people assigned to be in the offices overlooking that roof. And the congressman that asked him, he said, well, what happened to him? And he said, well, basically they went looking for the guy that they thought was suspicious. So they left their post and they went looking for the guy who they thought was suspicious. Well, while they left that room, that's when the guy climbed up on the roof. So just out of happenstance, probably, that guy was able to get on the roof in an overwatch position over the president, when the people that were supposed to be watching that roof had gone looking for that particular guy. And there's other things that are going to come out of it, but I don't think that we should run away with, it was planned, the deep state did it. There's no evidence of that. There's absolutely no evidence other than, supposition that anything was planned. It looks to me like a series of catastrophic failures, and probably some hubris, but it doesn't warrant us burning the whole system down. Because I'll tell you why I don't believe we should burn the whole system down is because God protected Donald Trump regardless. There's no doubt in my mind. And Donald Trump has said it himself. He believes it too, that the only thing that protected him, it was not the Secret Service. It wasn't the Pennsylvania State Police. It wasn't SWAT. God protected Donald Trump on July 13th. There's no other explanation for it. I also believe that the guy's rifle sights were off a little bit, but that's just my technical analysis of how closely he missed.
Well, there's some things that you see from the outside, like the names, even Crooks and Cheater, or Cheetle or whatever it is, that were involved in it. It's almost cartoonesque when you see that. And so for me, I look at that and it takes my trust level down on anything that's being said at all.
But Donna,
there's some crazy stuff out there.
Yeah.
And I understand why people go into those directions, because, it's like, how could this guy crawl up on the roof and everybody yelling that he's up there and have nobody seeming to pay attention on that?
Yeah, no, I do think that there's going to be a lot of answering to how once the citizens were pointing somebody out that the law enforcement didn't immediately engage in the situation. There's going to be a lot of answers that we're going to have for that. But you should not jump to the conclusion that a bunch of pedophilic, Satan worshiping, human traffickers that are in contact with aliens are in control of the Secret Service and the FBI, and they conspired against the president. And you know what I mean? Like, all of that stuff is completely, it's just not based in reality. It's just all people that are angry, coming up with, you know, random ideas about how it all happened, when in reality, we don't know what happened because we haven't seen the full investigation yet. And we'll get the full investigation eventually, and the truth will come out. But I just don't think we should run away with, let's, decapitate the Secret Service, without knowing exactly what happened. Now, clearly the director of Secret Service probably should have resigned immediately because of the simple fact that, the failure occurred at all. That shouldn't even have been a question. But at the same time, her position was indefensible and she knew it. And ultimately, I think that the now acting director of Secret Service did a little bit better job, but he's still on the ropes because a lot of people believe in a lot of these conspiracy theories, and they're hammering their Congress people for answers. And we don't know yet because the investigation hasn't been completed. So we've just got to be patient and give them some time. And, I think Director Ray did a fantastic job in the past. He hasn't done a good job, but the reason he's probably doing a fantastic job is he knows he's not responsible for this failure. So he can be a little bit more forthcoming. He's much more cagey when it's the FBI's fault. Right now, it's the Secret Service's fault. And so he doesn't have, he's not going to cover for him basically because he's not on the hook. Not yet anyway. So we'll see. Like, I think they might be on the hook if they find out that this guy was on anybody's radar. If he was on anybody's radar, that'll be very curious. If he was ever on anybody's radar and they were dismissive of him. I've done a lot of work and research into the incel movement, and this guy strikes me as an incel. He strikes me as an involuntarily celibate kid who had mental health problems, that, got his AR and wanted to become famous. I mean, it happens every day. And that is a more likely outcome than a secret pedophilic cabal of Satan worshipers with silver daggers running around sacrificing human children are responsible. It's just not logical or rational. Now, that doesn't mean we're not in a spiritual war. Just because I don't think everybody's a Satan worshiping pedophile. It just means that Satan is a lot smarter than using pedophiles and Satan worshipers. He's way more cunning than that, and he will use somebody who's mentally ill every day.
I think that there's lots on lots of levels. I think that there's a lot of pedophilia that's involved, and I do believe that we're seeing that coming across the border and such, and that can't
100% agree. 100% agree.
There's a ton of stuff that's happening out there that is being hidden that shouldn't be, and needs to be eradicated off this planet.
100%.
So I'm kind of open to all things right now, but as much as I've seen, especially crossing the border with the with Santa Muerte and the gangs and the things that they do, and how many kids have been raped and such, and how they've been trafficked. I want to know where these kids are going. That's not a conspiracy. That's a fact.
No, that's fact. You're right. You're right. I think I don't know if we talked about it before, but on the last interview we may have talked about, what is the legal age of consent in Mexico? Do you know?
I don't know New Mexico, but Michigan it's 18. Yeah,
but in Mexico it's 12. That's the legal age of consent in Mexico. It's 12 years old.
I knew it was much younger than what it is here. So.
And that's a global phenomenon. That's not, the United States has very high moral standards. We have Christian values. We believe that they are children and they should be protected. But in a lot of these more, especially in the third world, they're getting married at 14 years old. Now we might
three. You ever see those kids getting married at 3 to 6 years old in the Middle East?
that does happen in the Middle East. Usually those are marriages that are marrying families together, where no sexual activity is happening, but it goes back to way into the dark ages, where families would basically negotiate marriages to either stop a vendetta crime or something along those lines. But those marriages are not consummated until much older. But still, it's still way too young. But it's our moral values that we're important. Well, really, they're our Christian moral values that we're imposing on the rest of the world when we say, when we have these conversations. And I know, Donna, this is not a comfortable thought for Western civilization, because I say civilized, but that's an arbitrary kind of an arbitrary term, but in the West, we don't believe that well, I'll give you a couple of really great examples. Do you think that an 18-year-old should be able to own a firearm? Yeah.
Do I?
Yeah. Do you believe an 18-year-old should be able to own a firearm in the United States?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, do you believe that an 18-year-old that can own a firearm should also be able to drink a beer?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Okay. Well, in most of the United States, you can't even buy a beer until you're 21. Because
I always have what I have problems with it is that they're asking 18-year-olds to go out and defend our nation, but there's conditions upon that.
And in Europe, you can buy a beer at 14.
Yeah.
You can't serve until you're 18, but you can buy a beer at 14. Right. So what I'm trying to get at is like these things are incredibly complex, interwoven societal, cultural, religious, spiritual circumstances. And I think that we've got to be careful of the oversimplistic understanding of just like those people are bad because they don't believe what I believe. Those people are evil because they don't believe what I believe. Because that isn't what God says. God looks at the content of a person's character. They look at their value system. He looks at all of the other things, the internal spiritual things. He doesn't look at these, these sort of arbitrary standards that are put on us by either society or civilization. He looks at the values of a person's character and like it's not as simplistic to God, and we can't let our passions run away with, with something just because we disagree with it. They're evil people. I think that's we just got to be we got to be aware of that and try and avoid it.
I guess I'm on the other side with it, and I think it is a pretty simple directive. You go back to the 10 Commandments and such, and there's a lot that becomes simple very quickly.
Well, but where in the 10 Commandments does it establish when a woman is of age to have a relationship with a man? Where does it say in the 10 Commandments that?
I understand what you're saying, but then you look at stuff such as the Talmud that says that it's okay for somebody to have sex with a 3-year-old. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't say that though. It doesn't say that. But look, all I'm trying to say, Donna, is that we've got to be leery of attaching Western modern today's moral criteria on a tribe living in the mountains of Iran that don't even have telephones, right? Like we've got to be cognizant of the fact that not everything is the way that the Americans do it. And because that's part of our problem with the world not liking us is that we run around imposing our will on everyone. And we might be right. I believe we're right. 99.9% of the time, I think we're right. But at the same time, you got to understand that they're going to be upset about that when you come in and you impose your morality on them. And that's why it didn't work in Afghanistan. It's why it didn't work in Vietnam. It's why, it works a little bit better in the West with like Germany and Russia and the Balkans. But in the Middle East and in Asia, it doesn't work that well because these civilizations go back tens of thousands of years. And ours is only a couple hundred years old. So we've got to be realistic about about how complex the world is.
Okay. So, what do you want to talk about from there?
Well, okay. So the main thing that I kind of wanted to hit on, and is the sort of like a timeline of the blessings that, and like, let me start it off by saying this. I, received Christ into my heart as a very young kid. I grew up in a very faithful and spiritual household. I wouldn't say Bible thumping, church going, but more like a personal relationship with Christ, understanding the Bible, understanding God, our relationship with God and God's relationship with us at the spiritual level, right? At the spiritual level, not at the institutional level, which most people, I believe today, are under the institutional Christianity as opposed to spiritual Christianity. And institutional Christianity is how you end up with pedophile priests and pedophile pastors and adulterous pastors and adulterous, that's because they're institutional Christians. They're not spiritual Christians. And so I started making a list of all the blessings that I felt that I had received and protection that I had received after the events of January 6th, because there were so many that were clear to me on January 6th where God had protected me that I couldn't come up with any other. I mean, they're literally like Donald Trump turning his head and a bullet grazing his ear. I mean, they're literally that close of a call where if I'd have gone one direction, I would have been in the gulag with everybody else on January 6th, right? So to start, in 2016, I started working on my political campaign when I was going to run for Senate. And it's because I ran because ultimately of all the lies of the Democrat Party. You know, long before everybody was running around saying that the Democrats are lying to them, I already knew that going back to 2016. So I started getting ready for my Senate race in about 2016. I was in the reserves. I'm an intelligence officer in the reserves. I'm an intelligence officer at the national level with the Defense Intelligence Agency and the DNI. I'm a recognized counterterrorism expert and a Paul Mill analyst. I'm considered an Iran expert. I know Lebanese Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Department or IRGCQF, the Special Operations Community for the Iranians. I know all that stuff inside and out. I worked it for almost 10 years. So my campaign, I based my campaign on three things: faith, family, and fortitude. Faith, my faith and my relationship with God, my family, and then ultimately what I call the fortitude factor is resiliency. Resiliency means, to me, you've got to be willing to get up after you get knocked down and keep moving forward and don't look back. Don't make excuses for failure. You've got to be resilient. You're going to run into obstacles in your life that are going to knock you down. You just got to get back up and you got to keep moving forward. And I wrote my autobiography. It's all about the fortitude and my faith, my family, and my fortitude going through my life. But so anyway, and my campaign platform in 2019 was on immigration. It was on the mental health crisis, not the gun violence problem, because we don't have a gun violence problem. We have a mental health crisis. It was on the American dream, the education reform, and it was on criminal justice reform. I think we need criminal justice reform because I don't think it should be a crime to be poor. And I think most of the people in prison today are in prison because they're poor, as opposed to, and they committed a crime, but ultimately, rich people don't go to prison. Only poor people go to prison. So I had my Senate campaign, and I traveled all over the state of Virginia and became very, very intimately familiar with the militia groups, the 2A people. I became very, very attuned to the domestic terrorism conversation because the domestic terrorism conversation was viewed as a counterterrorism situation. And I was working counterterrorism and had for years. After the campaign ended, because I lost the primary, out of the clear blue, the first blessing landed. The first of the many blessings that revolve around this landed. I was offered out of the clear blue a job at the Director of National Intelligence Office as the Senior Collection Strategist for Domestic Terrorism. Now, bear in mind, I had been the Patriot candidate. I had been the 2A candidate. I had been the Sanctuary Cities candidate. I had been the pro-Trump candidate. I was the national spokesman for Vets for Trump. So I was essentially deeply involved in the Patriot movement, the MAGA movement, as a political candidate. And then out of the clear blue, I get offered the job at the DNI to go and be the senior domestic terrorism analyst for the entire intelligence community as a contractor, government contractor. And of course I said, yes, I totally want to do that, because I knew that a lot of the patriots were being labeled as domestic terrorists by the left at the time. And so I was like, I want to get into this because I want to read everything I can read on what's going on with domestic terrorism. Now, remember, the definition of domestic terrorism is basically anybody who believes in the Second Amendment, anybody who believes that COVID was not a pandemic, anybody who believes that anybody who doesn't believe that Donald Trump was a stooge of the Russians, anybody who believes that you shouldn't have trans cross-dressers teaching our children in schools, you are a domestic terrorist. According to the FBI and DHS at that time, all of those people were considered domestic terrorists. And I was thinking, why are they offering me this job? I'm like the guy who's going to like debunk all of that. And so I took that job at the DNI. And I fell into all those categories. And so that was the first blessing, because what God did is he gave me access to everything. I saw everything the FBI had. I saw everything CIA had. I saw everything that the Department of Defense had. I saw everything NSA had. I saw everything that the intelligence community had. That's where I really first started understanding what they were calling incels. You know, incels are involuntarily celibate young men, typically young men who basically can't get laid and they don't have any game. They get drawn into this incel movement, which is a dark web online group, or online groups really, and it's global. And they basically glorify some of these mass shooters and these mass murderers that have taken out their suffering on humanity by shooting up a school, or shooting up a beach, or attacking women in the street with knives. But the FBI labels those typically mentally challenged autistic kids that are in the incel movement as domestic terrorists. The FBI was labeling these kids as domestic terrorism. And I knew also that, as I had done my research on gun violence, I had revealed the fact that the vast majority of what the left calls gun violence is actually mental health suicides. About 75% of all gun deaths are actually suicides. And the left likes to say that assault weapons kill, all these people. We got to ban it. Kamala Harris is running around talking about they're going to seize all the assault weapons. American citizens don't own assault weapons. They own semi-automatic rifles. But what I determined is that we didn't have a national gun violence problem. We had a national mental health crisis, because the mental health crisis is actually, the last numbers I looked at was about 1.4 million attempted suicides every year in the United States. And the U.S. government's not doing anything about it, and our communities aren't doing anything about it, and our families don't have any resources to do anything about it. I knew that the domestic terrorism mantra was basically total bunk. It was total BS. And I got a job that allowed me to go and actually look at all the data. And when I looked at all the information and all the classified reporting and all the intelligence analysis that had gone into domestic terrorism, I found out and realized that there were exactly 0 domestic terrorists in the country. 0. There were a few people in the country. Very, very, very few domestic terrorists. Basically, there are a few people that are white supremacists, but most of that's, half of those people are confidential human sources for the FBI anyway. They're just going along with their friends so that in case the person gets violent, they can call the cops. But about half of the supposed Nazis in the United States are actually confidential human sources for the FBI. Half of the militia groups, half of those guys, those are all confidential human sources too. That's the facts. The facts are that there really wasn't any domestic terrorism threat to the United States, even though Director Wray was running around saying that it was the #1 threat to the country was domestic terrorism. And that's just a total blatant lie. I've read everything that the FBI had.
Well, how come the rest of us have read everything that's in conflict with all of that? I mean, there's so much stuff out there that the receipts that we're seeing is absolutely in conflict with everything you're saying right now. What do you
mean? What receipts are you seeing that there's domestic terrorists out there?
Well, I've listened to what General Flynn has said on this and the things that he's brought forward, and he's talked about it, and the Gulen network and all that sort of thing that's behind the scenes, that there are terrorist cells. I've heard
No. That's not what we're talking about here.
Okay.
We're talking about American citizens. We're not talking about foreigners that have come into the country. We're talking about American citizens that are terrorists.
Okay, so I guess
those are two totally different. Those are two totally different situations.
Okay.
Foreign. What General Flynn's talking about is foreign terrorists that are in the country. That's not the same as a domestic terrorism. I agree completely with General Flynn on foreign terrorist organizations.
So you're talking about the nation naming Americans as terrorist organizations.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And there were zero. There was none. It was like a few kooks up in the mountains that supposedly have a following, and half of their following are confidential human sources for the FBI. All those organizations are penetrated by the FBI. So they're not really a threat because they're already penetrated.
What about like BLM? You know,
BLM,
how do you categorize?
It's a very good question. Okay, BLM is, okay, here. Okay, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole because I want to stay on the faith stuff. But okay. BLM is essentially, okay, in order for you to be a domestic terrorism organization, you have to have a plan to carry out a political change, and you have to do it with violence. The vast majority of people that are supporters of BLM are just people walking in the street. Okay, they're basically people that believe that they're being inappropriately handled by the police, that police are bad, right? But they're not actually trying to change anything politically through violence. But you get somebody in that group who is going to carry out violence. They are going to throw a Molotov cocktail into a target, and then they're going to loot it or whatever. But even then, Donna, you have to have the ability to carry out the political change in order for it to actually be a domestic terrorism threat. Otherwise, it's just really pissed off, disgruntled Americans. And throwing a Molotov cocktail into a Target store and looting it is a crime, but it is not domestic terrorism. And here's what I would warn you. That if somebody who throws a Molotov cocktail into a Target store and they loot it, if you claim and you want the FBI or anyone to investigate them as domestic terrorists, then you are essentially subverting the U.S. Constitution. You yourself are doing that because you're saying that American citizens do not have the right to protest, even potentially violently, which you would believe, you agree that on the right, if things got real bad, that the right should be able to protest violently, correct?
I have a problem with everything that's been said right here, quite honestly, because there's a rule of law. And
that's not the same thing as domestic terrorism. The rule of law, it's a crime, Donna. Listen, this is my point, and this is a very, very important nuance. It's very important that Americans understand this. Burning a target.
That's okay.
What's that?
I said, you're kind of losing me on this.
Okay, here's why. Here's why, because it's very complicated. It's not easy to understand this. If you burn the target, is it a crime? Yes, it's a crime. Arson, right? It's a crime. If you burn the target, is it domestic terrorism? It's not. It's a crime called arson.
Okay.
If you loot the target, it's a crime called stealing, but it's not domestic terrorism. And what we want to avoid is, again, our passions. Because you disagree with BLM, those people are domestic terrorists. But because you agree with the J6ers, those people aren't domestic terrorists.
Well, there's a huge difference there. The people in J6 didn't do anything.
You can't. No, listen, my point is they will label J6 terrorists, just like you're labeling BLM terrorists. But the crimes are still crimes. That's the rule of law argument. The rule of law argument is these things are crimes and they need to be punished. But they aren't a special crime of domestic terrorism, is the point that I'm trying to make. And that's ultimately what the Supreme Court has found as well. The Supreme Court has found the same thing, that it is not a crime to be angry and burn the target. It's not the crime of domestic terrorism. It's just a crime of arson. And in America, the reason we don't have a domestic terrorism federal statute is because we have free speech. And sometimes free speech takes the form of violence. But you don't prosecute the free speech. You prosecute the crime of violence. And that is what makes it very difficult to get a domestic terrorism federal statute in the United States, because the Constitution protects free speech, even the free speech we don't like. So, for example, burning the flag. And I know Trump has come out and he's said he's going to make it a crime to burn the American flag. And I hate people that burn the American flag. I don't think they know what they're doing. But if we're going to be free, then everybody has to be free. Even the people we don't agree with, they have to be free to express their opinion too. Even the people we don't agree with. as long as we're going to punish them for whatever the crime is. And in this case, they didn't punish the people that were BLM people burning targets and stuff like that. And that's where we have a breakdown in the rule of law. That's where you lose faith in your government, because you're protecting some people's free speech and violence and crime, but you're persecuting others. And you can't
I'm really trying to understand what you're saying here, because this is like all kind of like all over the place. But
because Donna, this is the most important conversation that we can have in the United States, and it's not easy. And that's why I spent 30 years as an intelligence officer, and I'm a counterterrorism expert. I'm not just somebody, that's why I do these interviews, because it's important that the American people understand what's really going on and not just give into our passions and believe what we want to believe without having the facts. And there are problems. I'm not minimizing the problems. What I'm trying to say is that there are very important nuances that unless you're really deep in the weeds of the law, you're not going to understand. You're just going to be angry and upset. And then anger and upset,
like fraud. When people allege fraud is impossible to prove, almost impossible to prove, because you've got to prove intention. So to go to maladministration is a better way to prosecute it. To prosecute the crimes of what I consider are domestic terrorist organizations, such as BLM and such, and I think some of these organizations need to be designated as domestic terrorist organizations.
Well, then you're opening the door. You're opening the door for all of the militia groups to be designated domestic terrorism too. You realize that, right? You're justifying.
Well, but that's constitutionally allowable.
No, they're not. No, they're not. The Supreme Court has determined that the right to bear arms is an individual right. It is not a collective right. It's an individual right. But forming a military organization is against almost every single state constitutional law to form a military organization. But the militia is not what you think it is. The militia is not. It's a bunch of individuals coming together in a time of emergency. That's not the same thing as what you're opening the door for. If you label BLM a domestic terrorism group, then you're going to have the left turning around and labeling anybody who says they're part of a militia as a domestic terrorism group. And that's why we can't.
I see what you're saying. This is an unexpected turn of events here, but I understand what you're saying.
It's because this is, and I make this argument very regularly with, like, okay, so if we're going to have free speech, then it has to be free speech, even the speech we don't like. Because if we tell somebody they can't have free speech, then we don't have free speech, right? So my point is that the vast majority of the people that are supporters of BLM are not criminals. They're not committing crimes. There are some who do, okay? And those people should be prosecuted, okay? The same thing is true of the J6ers. The J6 people, everybody that went there, it's like 250,000 or more people that went there, right? You had a few hundred people that got into fights with the cops. I think there's mitigating circumstances. I think in most cases, the cops, they felt they were being attacked by the cops and they were defending themselves. That's my personal look at the video. That's what it looks like to me, is that they were attacked by the cops, so they defended themselves, and then they were arrested for fighting the cops. But if you broke a window, if you stole something from the Capitol, if you trespassed, and there was a sign on the door that said, "Do not enter," you can prosecute somebody for that crime because they broke a law. Now, whether or not I think there's mitigating circumstances and how severely they're punished, I think that needs to be factored in as well. But ultimately, there are crimes that were committed. Those crimes need to be prosecuted. Just like with BLM, any crimes they committed, they need to be prosecuted. But we want to avoid creating a domestic terrorism law for anyone in the United States, because the First Amendment protects our freedom of speech. And ultimately, it's sort of an assumed right that you also can protect yourself from the tyranny of the government. And so I think that, BLM has not the people that are committing the crimes, but I'm saying the concept behind what BLM is doing is essentially a protest against the government. And we don't want anybody to not be able to protest. We need everybody.
The crimes, as you're saying, the crimes were carried out against other Americans, and they were also funded by BLM as a corporation. That corporation should be absolutely abolished, and the
I think you
people
could. I think you could sue them. I think you could sue them, and I think that you could.
absolutely.
Yeah, I think you could do that. But again, you got to go through the rule of law. We don't want to give into our passion and not be rational about how we're
Absolutely.
analyzing the situation. You know,
And I
we've
don't
got to.
believe that free speech can ever be justified to go into violence. You know, I don't believe that that goes into that. I really don't, because
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree with you. I agree with you. When it becomes violent, it becomes a crime, right?
Correct.
Anybody who exercises free speech, when it becomes violent, that's when it steps into a crime. Or, you know, I mean, I would argue that it's, for me, it's even a problem when you try and arrest somebody for planning to commit violence. But at the same time, we do want to try and prevent anybody from blowing up a bomb or carrying out an assassination or something like that. We want to intervene, but that's in anybody. That's anybody. And that gets at a lot of what, you know, that gets at a lot of what happened over the course of, you know, my circumstances. So look, I know that there are some slight philosophical differences in the understanding here, Donna, but I think we both agree that we've got to protect free speech, and we should be protecting free speech for everybody, right? Right. And then at the same time, when free speech becomes violence, then violence must be prosecuted, right? But there is, and here's another level of the nuance that I think is going to be very important. Is violence ever lawful? Yes. Violence can become lawful violence if you are essentially fighting against the tyranny of a government. That can become lawful violence. And so you've got to be, but who decides whether it's tyranny or not is where you run into a problem, because you can't just have, you know, Tom Speciale saying, you know, they're tyrants, we got to take them all out. You know, that it's not that simple. It has to reach a level probably of a tipping point within society where the tyranny has grown so egregious that the whole mass of people, like what you see, what's going on in Venezuela right now. What's going on in Venezuela right now is exactly that. You know, they basically rebelled against the tyranny of their government, and they're overthrowing the government right now. That's happening right now. So violence can reach a point where it becomes lawful, and that's ultimately the spirit of the Second Amendment, is that at some point, if necessary, the American people can take power back from the government, and that's why it has to be protected wholly as an individual right, so that individuals can protect themselves from the tyranny of the government even. And I think that that's, again, a very sophisticated situation. It's not easily done. We totally got sidetracked from my faith thing.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, totally. So
because, you know, I have a problem. I mean, just on a very human level. I mean, if we don't have a standard that we keep to, which was laid out by the original intention of God, that standard, we get out in the weeds and start justifying other countries and other cultures' ability to look at things too. And if they come in here and want to bring in 3-year-olds and say it's okay to have sex with a 3-year-old girl, and it's like nothing like poking in, you know, a poke in the eye. And
right.
That sort of thing is not okay.
But that's not going to happen. But that's not going to happen. I mean, it's not going to happen on any kind of an institutional level. You may get, I mean, we've had poor women killed for breaking Sharia law in the United States. And what happens to the father that does it, or the brother that does it?
Nothing.
They go to the electric chair. They go to prison, and they go to the electric chair, because that isn't our laws here, right? Correct. And that's not going to change. That's not going to change here. It's just not. It's just not. They want to change it, and they will try and change it. But I think that, you know, I'm very deeply involved in the immigrant community here in Virginia. We've got a lot of immigrants here, and most of the immigrants I know are against all of those things. You know, in fact, I would say
legal or illegal immigration.
No, they're against bringing in like Sharia law. They're all of the.
Is this illegal immigrants or illegal immigrants?
Well,
that you're dealing with.
Well, no, I'm not. I don't have a big connection to any illegal immigrants that I know of.
Okay, you said immigrant population, so I was kind of wondering.
Yeah, no. The legal immigrant population, American citizens, people who have become American citizens and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. They're not. And no, but clearly, like General Flynn and all of these concerns, and Alex Jones and all these concerns about opening the border to 20 million unaccounted for people, that is a national security risk. That's why Donald Trump is talking about deportation, because and it's why the Democrats are all of a sudden running around going, we need to fix immigration, because they want all these people to become American citizens and vote for them down the road. That's why they did it. That's a fact. That is an absolute fact. No doubt in my mind that that's why they did that. And that's why Donald Trump is probably going to have to, institute a deportation process of some kind. I don't know how he's going to do it. It's going to be a massive undertaking.
Oath of office is all they got to worry about is their oath of office. There's rule of law here. And, I think
but there's still a logistics level to this. First, you got to find them. Then you got to take them into custody. Then you got to put them on a bus or a plane. Then you got to transport them there. And you got to seal the border so they can't come back across. There's a number of hurdles here that are going to be very, very difficult to achieve. And I think that, I think Trump's the man for the job. I'd love to help him do it. I think we need probably to create an incentive for them to leave. In other words, like if we find you here in the country and you are not a registered American citizen, you will never be one. Something very simple. If you leave right now, you have a chance of becoming an American citizen someday. But if you do not leave right now, you can never become an American citizen ever. I think we need to incentivize them to depart, because that's the only way you're going to get so many of them to go back. There's another theory that I heard where you pay them to go back. you tell them, come forward, I'll give you $5,000. We'll put you on a plane. We'll pay for your ticket home, and they go back to Venezuela, or they go back to, Mexico, or wherever they go. But they're not going to be here. We got to come up with a way to incentivize them to leave. So, anyway, I
think there's a lot of topics here that need to be unpacked a little bit, because you were like flying a million miles an hour, and it's like the FBI is not. It's not. It's not even allowable under the Constitution, to my understanding. And there's all sorts of things that we could unpack here, because you went flying through this stuff and hit on it like a mosquito on a pond here. We could go down.
That's because I live in this. That's because I live in this all day. I've been living in this for 4 years, all day, every day. It's what I do. And most Americans are basically getting sound bites. Most Americans are getting sound bites from one shock jock or another, explaining to them the dangers of whatever today. But the vast majority of it is shock jocks, clickbait, and conspiracy theory. And it's not based in the substance. All you got to do is ask, have any of them actually worked in the community? Have any of them actually done any of the work? Or are they just...
I think there's definitely needs to be more information on it. No, certainly, but here I'm on a mission right now, because I feel like we have to. I've been like looking into things here just so that we can bring up some sources, and I think this is important. And I think to be able to absolutely, hang on a minute. Go through some of this, because there's some subjects that you hit on pretty quick there, that in a very quick oversight with it, could sound good, but I think we need to get down into it a little bit, because there's
Go ahead.
I just really do. I think that there's a I don't know. I think that there's some digging that we need to do, and bring forth some resources or sources on this, because that probably would be a better way to do it, is to absolutely go down into each one of these subjects.
Okay, hit it.
So
let's do it.
There's plenty that there's a lot that I could probably also learn, but yet would disagree with on the things that I've seen out there. And so, we don't want to turn ourselves into propagandists either, by not getting through and showing actually the receipts of what's behind things. And
I love this new term that has come out called receipts. in the intel community,
Ivan
in the
said
intel
that.
community,
You'd have to
right.
beat up Ivan Raiklin on that one, because Ivan comes out with that, and I love Ivan.
No, that actually was way before Ivan. That actually is a term used by the black community. The black community uses that term. They've been using it.
I see Ivan saying it all the time.
Yeah, I heard a speech he just made the other day where he was using it, but it's been used by the black community.
I don't even know what's going on here, because you guys are friends. So, but I think it's interesting. But hang on a minute, I'm trying to find
what are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Exact references. It's like, here we go.
To what exactly?
This is what I'm looking for. This is what the Mishnah is saying. An adult man who engaged in intercourse with a minor girl less than 3 years old has done nothing, as intercourse with a girl less than 3 years old is tantamount to putting a finger in the eye.
What is the source of this? What is the source?
That is that's from the Talmud, and it's like, so I mean there's plenty of resources there that we have to go through.
Read it one more time. Read it one more time.
Says Rava said that this is what the Mishnah is saying. An adult man who engaged in intercourse with a minor girl less than 3 years old has done nothing, as intercourse with a girl less than 3 years old is tantamount to poking a finger in the eye. And this is how this stuff is all subverted, and I absolutely believe. I mean, the Talmud is a collection of writings by rabbis. That is the majority of what's being said right now is based on Talmudic Judaism rather than on biblical Judaism and going back to the original text. We got the same problem in the Christian church, that a lot of people are writing about what the Bible says, but nobody's actually going into the text to actually see what's being said. And people are interjecting their human nature into what God has made very simple. And complex situations are.
But is the takeaway from this right? But is the takeaway from this from something written in the Babylonian Talmud that's 5,000 years old, that you think that is widely recognized as the standard today throughout human civilization?
I think there's a great deal of influence in it.
Right,
I think there's a great deal of influence to it.
But Donna, but you're talking about something from 5,000, however many thousands of years ago, and it's not what's being practiced today by the mass majority of people. Plus,
the vast majority of people don't.
The vast majority of people don't even know this.
But you look at the apostate governments. The governments do not respect or do not really represent the people in general. So we don't even know what's sitting in the seat, except for that they're enabling the human trafficking, the people coming across the border, and these horrible crimes that are being committed.
I have this conversation with my mom all the time too. The barbarity of humanity is the absence of God, which results in all of this, right? So, with Epstein Island, for example, this is the argument I make with Epstein Island. If Epstein flies a girl from France to the United States and she does a bunch of stuff with a bunch of foreign diplomats, and they capture it on video, and then they fly her back to France, okay, did a crime occur?
In my opinion, heck yes, it has.
Yeah, it's virtually unprosecutable. Who are you going to prosecute?
Well, it depends on how big the organization is and how far you delved into it.
France has a legal age of consent of 14. She willingly did it. She took the money.
I don't know. The whole thing is all messed up to me.
It's a mess.
I come to terms with it.
Listen, I agree with you.
And I watch how the politicians have been corrupted. It's crazy.
I know. And I think it's horrific. I agree with you completely. I'm trying to help you understand how they do it, not excusing it. I'm telling you that you can't prosecute somebody for that if it's a legal age of consent and the girl took money. You could take her to court all day. You could take them to court all day, and more than likely, nobody would be prosecuted. However,
and that's why they got away with it for so long.
And however, if their wife sees the video, now I have control over that diplomat. So now I can control that diplomat all around the world. And that's how they've done it for decades.
Mm.
They've controlled all these political figures through basically blackmail. And that's the nature of how it works. And, you know, you can be mad about it all day and you can think it's disgusting and you think it's horrible. It's not going to change. It's going to continue to go on. You're not going to stop it, because that's how the ugly world works. And, you know, we can pray for it. We can pray against it. We can, you know, but at the same time, what I'm trying to say is that as evil and as heinous as it is, that's not really the problem. The problem is the lack of God that even allows them to do it at all. Right? So we can talk about the rule of law, we can talk about all this, when we really should be talking about saving as many as we can. But we get distracted by the devil, because the devil's got us distracted talking about Epstein Island, when in reality we should be talking about how God protected me and made it possible for my voice to be heard at all.
There's the point right there.
What's right? The point, that is the point to me.
That is the point.
Yeah. So the faith piece of this, the godly piece of this, is the thing that we should be talking about, not the failures of humanity, because that's Satan keeping us distracted. That's all just part of the distraction. Like talking about the Talmud is 5,000 years old, you know, or however many years old. That's not really the problem. The problem is the lack of God in people's modern day life right now, to know that it'd be wrong to do that to any young girl. It would be wrong to do that to an old girl. It'd be wrong to do that to anybody, right? Because of God. Like, where's God in the conversation? Instead of, you know, like trying to find the Secret Service agent that failed to do his job. So trying to get back to that a little bit, what I would say is that, we've already
let's talk about how God protected you.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so first of all, I got that job, which gave me access to things that otherwise I would have never had access to. That gave me insight into how the community worked and everything that the FBI had, and how I knew that they were lying about domestic terrorism and incels and everything. In October of 2020, now remember, this is 3 months or 4 months before January 6th, I was in a classified meeting with the FBI Domestic Terrorism Task Force. And during that meeting, I suggested to them, hey, are we exploring any potential black swan events? Now, this is the FBI Domestic Terrorism Task Force. This is not anybody else. This is the people in charge of domestic terrorism for the FBI. And I said, are we exploring any potential black swans? And they said, we don't do false flags. And I said, what? I didn't say false flag. I said black swan. And they didn't know what I was talking about. And a black swan is an event that happens that basically spirals out of control, that nobody anticipated. But it spirals out of control and basically becomes a bigger problem. I think January 6th was, for the most part, it was a black swan. It was a series of miscalculations and errors, and maybe some people, and there were some people who wanted violence on both sides of the fence, both on the left and on the right, who hoped there was violence on January 6th. But ultimately, it was a black swan. It spiraled out of control. But remember, I had warned the FBI of a potential black swan in October, that we needed to be looking at that. Then I can now prove that I wrote the two most highly classified documents in that position. I can now prove through a FOIA that I received that I wrote the two most highly classified documents on domestic terrorism for the entire U.S. government. One is a document that focuses collection on the domestic terrorism threat. And the other one is one that helps our political leaders understand all the capabilities of our intelligence community to collect information on the domestic terrorism threat. So one is a capabilities brief, and the other one is a collection focus brief. And I wrote those two documents as the senior domestic terrorism analyst for the U.S. government. And in those documents, I was warning against the FBI having a federal domestic terrorism statute, because I believe that they only wanted to do it to get around the First Amendment. And we can't have the FBI going around the First Amendment, because they're sworn to protect the Constitution. They're not supposed to be looking for ways to subvert it. So that was a big part of the blessing. But then January 6th happened. And so I was still in that role. on January 6th. I was still in the role as the senior domestic terrorism strategist for the U.S. government when I went to January 6th, because I was the national spokesman for Vets for Trump. I got invited to speak on a stage on January 5th in front of the Supreme Court, and I was invited to speak on a stage on January 6th near the Capitol, but not at the Capitol. During my speech on January 5th, there was an event that took place where some women walked through our crowd. We had about 2,000 people, and they were sprinkling something on the ground. And the Capitol Police shut the event down, and they pushed everybody back from our stage. And the crowd went nutty. The crowd was yelling and screaming and hollering. We had guys with shields and helmets and stuff threatening the police. And I went over and I talked to the Capitol policeman, and I said, "What can I do to help?" And he said, "I just need them to wait for about 20 minutes, and then you guys can go back to your rally." So I went back to the crowd and I shouted down the crowd myself. They were yelling and screaming. I shouted down 2,000 people, total silence. And I said, "We don't do this. We back the blue." And I said, these were my exact words. I said, "Don't fall for the trap, because there's instigators out there and there's agitators out there in this crowd that want violence. Do not fall for the trap." Now, Donna, I said that on January 5th, a full day before January 6th. I was warning of instigators and agitators. On the evening of January 5th, there was supposed to be a meeting at a hotel. I want to say it was the Capitol Hilton. I think it was the Capitol Hilton, where leaders from various groups were going to get together and meet. Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, Vets for Trump. And I was supposed to be at that meeting. And this is one of the other reasons. So me stopping the violence on January 5th, that was God. Because I literally said, watch out for instigators and agitators. And I always pray before I speak, by the way. Every time I speak, I pray that God give me the words a person needs to hear. And I had prayed before that, tell me what this crowd needs to hear. And I literally had warned, and I believe that was God speaking through me to the crowd, don't fall for the trap. On the evening of January 5th, I was supposed to go to this meeting. And it was going to be the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, some Vets for Trump people, and I was going to be there. But I went to go to the meeting, and I was texting them, and I was like, "Hey, where's the meeting? Where's the meeting?" And they said, "The meeting's been canceled." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow." Well, that meeting wasn't canceled. That meeting actually did take place. And that meeting became a focal point for the entire J6 investigation of the choreograph between the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, some members of Vets for Trump, who all went to a meeting. But I wasn't there. And I don't know why I wasn't there. I don't know why they told me that the meeting had been canceled. But had I gone to that meeting, I would have been in the gulag. I would have been probably prosecuted by like Enrique Torres and Stuart Rhodes. But
why did that meeting trigger prosecutions, that specific meeting?
Well, I think that it was part of their prosecution because they believe, I think prosecutors were able to convince juries that something was discussed during those meetings about violence, planned for violence. And Enrique was there, and Stuart Rhodes was there, and there were members of Vets for Trump that were there. But I wasn't there because God protected me and kept me out of that meeting. I don't know why. I think it's probably because they know I don't, probably because they didn't trust me totally, which I'm fine with. If they were planning something, they probably didn't want me there because I would have stopped it. But anyway, God protected me and kept me out of that meeting that night because that would have put more scrutiny on me if because they ultimately did prosecute Enrique and they had prosecuted Stuart Rhodes for conspiracy, for seditious conspiracy, not even for perpetrating violence, because neither one of those people advocated or perpetrated violence, but they believe that they may have been part of a seditious conspiracy. I think it'll be thrown out at the Supreme Court, but I think it'll go to the Supreme Court, and I think those cases will be thrown out and they'll be exonerated. So on the evening of the 5th, I did not go to that meeting. On January 6th, I gave another speech. And on January 6th, I said specifically in my speech, I said something to the effect that, they should be afraid. I was pointing towards the building and I said, they should be afraid because I'm afraid that if we don't get the right decision in that building over there, there's going to be blood in the streets. That's what I said on January 6th. I said, I'm afraid there will be blood in the streets if we don't get the right decision in that building over there. And Ashley Babbitt was dead an hour later. That's fact. That's fact. And I believe that was God speaking through me to the crowd, that we needed to be leery. They needed to be afraid that their decisions were going to have a very, very dramatic effect on our country. And at the same time, I believe that there were elements of that speech where I was warning the crowd again, not to fall for the trap, not to fall for the violence. But I don't have that video, so I can't prove it. But
I don't think violence is ever merited, and I don't care. It's not part of our First Amendment right, in my opinion. We have the right to protest, but I don't believe we have the right for it to go to any type of violence. We
Correct.
have a legal system and lawful process to follow without going. I think it's much more effective to not participate.
Correct.
In this. I really, all the protests that are happening right now, the Palestinians that are protesting under the Palestinian flag, I think that is a crime happening right there. You don't protest under a foreign nation's flag on American soil.
I think you're right. I think that I don't know what the laws around that would be, but I do think that gets into, I think that potentially
invasion,
gets into
sedition.
Yeah, I do. I think it gets into the foreign threat arena when you're advocating for a terrorist organization such as Hamas, which I've been very clear. I've spoken on C-SPAN several times. I call into the C-SPAN and I talk about how these people that are supporting, the Palestinians don't even really know what they're supporting. They're just kids, most of them.
And where's the money coming from? I mean, if the money's coming from foreign agencies
right.
and such, or foreign entities, it's a foreign entity on American soil. They should be named domestic. They should be named terrorist organizations. And
even if they are advocating for something, because of the protections of free speech, they have a right to say it. They don't have a right to participate in any violence or crime.
Correct.
But they do have a right to speak it. Now, where we run into a problem is when you're advocating for a terrorist organization like Hamas. That's where you run into a problem, because you basically could, by supporting Hamas in any way, shape, or form, and that's why they're very careful to say we support Palestine, free Palestine. That's why they don't say we support Hamas, even though they actually are supporting Hamas by saying they want to free Palestine. They just are very careful about the use of their words, because they know that it would put them under the crosshairs, regarding a terrorism threat if they were saying that they supported Hamas. Any of these people that do say they support Hamas, which we've got video of people saying that they support Hamas, that is support for a foreign terrorist organization, and therefore they should be investigated for potential collaboration with a foreign terrorist group. I agree with that, because they've directly affiliated
organizations like Weather Underground and that sort of thing.
Weather Underground does fall under a domestic terrorism category, because they carried out violence for a political purpose in the United States with the intent to carry out to change politics. That falls under a domestic terrorism category.
Okay,
but there's no crime for that. Well, listen, no, there's no crime of domestic terrorism. It is classified as domestic terrorism, but the crime is the bombing. The crime is not domestic terrorism, and that's the nuance I'm trying to get you to see.
Gotcha.
The crime is the violence, not. Because we don't want anybody labeled a domestic terrorist. We just want to prosecute people who commit crimes.
Well, and I've got a lot to learn. I'll give you that I have a lot to learn. And it's one of those things that to listen to all points of view, sometimes it's a little difficult, because it's like, I'll look at this and go, you don't screw kids. I don't care what justification is there.
There's no justification, Donna.
That's the problem. And
there's no justification for it. It is a crime. It is a crime, but we got to talk about it the right way, as opposed to just in passion. You got to talk about it from the standpoint of rule of law, because most people don't understand the nuances of that. And that's part of, I think, what God has me doing is to try and get people to see clearly what we can actually prosecute and what is actually just our passion. Our passion is not prosecutable. Our passion is not prosecutable. It may make us feel good, but it's not prosecutable. But if it's a crime, that's prosecutable.
All right. Well, forgive me for just being like, what the hell? I mean, you started talking about some of this, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm not
because you can't.
But
right,
I did
because, like I said, if you fly a 14-year-old girl from France to the United States and she does sex acts with full-grown men on a private island, and then you fly her back to France, who are you going to prosecute? It's a crime all day long. It's a crime all day long. But who are you going to prosecute? Because the girl she's not going to say she's a victim because she did it voluntarily, most of them. Because she took the money. Because she took the money. And so I'm just trying to get people to understand that it's not as easy and it's not as cut and dry as just going, let's behead everybody in the town square. If we're going to have the rule of law, then the rule of law has to be the rule, not, the rule of law, except when we don't want to have the rule of law. You can't do it that way. Anyway, so on January, going back to the faith stuff.
Thank you for bearing with me on that, because of course I'm looking at this going, this is a hard one for me.
I know, but but it's a separate, we can have a separate topic. We've already done so much on that. Let's have a separate conversation, and we'll put together some of our own notes. Then I'll be prepared for that conversation. I wasn't prepared for that conversation.
No, I wasn't either. I was like, okay, but that's what you do on a live broadcast. You get out in the weeds and you go,
I know, and that's good.
I feel this.
It makes it interesting for everybody, right?
It makes it interesting, but because it's like I think they come down to too is that we have laws in America that are based on the Judeo-Christian ethic. We have laws that they can't come here and just do whatever they want to on our soil. That's an invasion and trying to make America into a place where they screw 3-year-old girls or marry kids at 3 years old.
Nobody's doing that, Donna, that's your passion talking. No one is doing that, and no one is going to allow that to happen. No one is doing that, as no one's going to allow that to happen.
Well, yeah, they are, because they were doing female genital mutilation in Detroit, and the doctor just basically said it's okay, and nobody got prosecuted.
Okay, again, let's look at the case. Let's look at the case in a separate venue, because of the simple fact that I'm going to lose power on my phone real quick here. Let me see if I've got a power cord.
To me, that genital mutilation crap that's going on in the United States of America, that is that should be absolutely prosecuted, because it's like, and it's just based on how do you modify a child without their consent?
Hold on one second. I got to step away. Just go get my, I got to go get a power cord for my phone before it dies. Hold on one second.
Yeah, we're going to get in one of those brother-sister moments where we're battling it out a little bit here as Christians who believe in basically the same thing, but we're talking all the way around this thing, but that's okay. We'll do this. Yeah, it's like the first time I read that about, the writings there, the Talmudic writings, I was like, I am shocked. I was like, are you kidding me? But you've got everything that we have seen as being infiltrated, and normal adults that actually care about people would not use other people, to your point, no matter how old they are. And it's just, I mean, that's a pretty easy thing to come to terms with. I mean,
and I agree with you, and they are heinous crimes. They are not just. I have a saying. I hate racists almost as much as I hate pedophiles. Okay, like seriously, that's where I'm at. If you're a racist, I ain't gonna get along with you, and if you're a pedophile, we ain't gonna get along at all. Okay, ever. So I'm with you. I am just trying to we've got to have the right kind of conversation. What is actually something we can do about it, as opposed to just being angry about it, and and putting conspiracies out there like, all the Democrats are pedophiles, or but I'm just saying there are people out there that say that stuff. And so that's not rational. That's not logical. Or all the Secret Service are in the conspiracy, or all the FBI are bad. Those things are not rational conversations. And
agreed.
The only way we can defeat that is by addressing the real criminality, the real crime. You know what I mean? As opposed to just letting our passions run away with us. And we can't blame the American people for being passionate about it. Like it to me, it's very, to me, it is logical for somebody who's, let's say, just trying to raise their kids. They got their kids in public school, and they find out that that some transgender guy gives a presentation dressed as a woman, reading a book in the classroom or whatever, and they just lose their mind because they're like, how did this happen? And then they start digging into the weeds, and then they're like deep into this conspiracy, of pedophiles run the country and stuff like that. And they're just like simple people that are just trying to live their life. And then they come into conflict. They get confronted with some of this evil that's going on, and they just want to remove the evil like that. You know what I mean? And those are logical. I mean, they're not maybe logical, but they're justifiable understandings for just a simple guy who's working all day. Yeah.
If I had some guy that dressed up in drag in front of my kids, we're out of here. My first responsibility would be to protect my kids, and then, talk about, this is wrong. You do not do these sort of things in front of children.
Yeah. And you're seeing it. It's happening. These conversations are happening in a rational way where, they're talking about they had the gay pride parades where grown men are being urinated on in public in front of kids. And we're just like, what kind of parent would allow their kids to even witness this? Well, I believe it's mental illness. I believe that it's mental illness and it's evil. And, and it's willful. In some cases, it's willful evil about themselves. They don't have a relationship with God. It's all about them. They don't think that there is a God, so you can just do whatever the hell you want. And so that's how they take their kids to the gay pride parades, because they don't have a faith. They don't have an understanding of the universe, and they don't understand that God loves them and wants to protect them, and that they will have a happier and better life if they don't live in that world. But
okay, let's go into the realm and talk about God some more. Okay.
Okay. We're talking about God.
Can agree on God.
Yeah, we totally agree. And we're gonna talk a little bit more, some more faith stuff. Okay. So on the evening,
I don't agree with everything that was said before. I'm going to say that as a disclaimer, but I'm learning things, but I don't agree with everything. And sometimes the passion is because you just know what's right and what's wrong. We
don't always have to agree. That's the great part of America.
That's great.
So on January 6th, after I gave the speech and I said, hey, they should be afraid that there's going to be blood in the street. Ashley Babbitt was dead about an hour later. Everywhere I went, I was never close. I was never particularly close to any real violence with any of the cops. In fact, that's probably God protected me, because I think I would have jumped in and broke up anything that was going on fighting the cops. But God kept me away from it. I was never really close where anybody was fighting with the cops. I think I would have stopped it. I was with a law enforcement officer who was there in off duty with me that day. And I was with another Army veteran. And I don't think we would have stood by and watched either the police beat up the protesters or the protesters beat up the police. And I think that that's another thing that God intervened. And I was never close. I was never put in a situation where I needed to intervene. I believe that God protected me from that, because I was never that close. I did get up to the building at one point, but the door that I was at was the only door that never opened. It was the only door that people were trying to get into and I was, when I say close, I was, within 30 feet of it, and there was a huge crowd of people in front of me. But the door that I was nearest never opened. And I do believe that God protected me, because I don't know what I would have done if they'd have, smashed the door open and gone in. I don't know if I wouldn't have gone with the crowd in. I can't say that I don't know, because it didn't happen. So that God protected me on that day from even the possibility of entering. And I do believe God protected me. So after I went back to work, a couple days later, I was fired, because now remember, I didn't ask for that job. God gave me that job, and I was there just long enough to go to January 6th, which I think is God. And I got fired because I had a joint duty assignment boss from the FBI who found out I had gone to January 6th, and she found a video of me where I was talking to RT News RT News came up to me and they put the camera in my face and they were like, what do you think about what's going on, or something to that effect. And I asked them who they were, and they told me that they were Russian television. And I, as an intelligence officer, I knew that they have what's called active measures, that they would use whatever I said they would use against us. So I thought for a few seconds, and then what I said to RT News is I said, we don't want to have a shithole country like Russia. And I said, it doesn't belong to them. It belongs to us. They work for us, is what I said on RT News. But remember, I knew who they were. So I was trying to minimize the usefulness. And they basically cut out the first part and only published the second part. They cut off the first part where I said, because we don't want to have a shithole country like Russia. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to us. They work for us. So I was fired because my joint duty assignment boss found that video clip within days of January 6th, and she took it to leadership. Now, bear in mind, I already had an EO complaint against this woman. Already, I had an EO complaint against her. We already had problems. So I got fired. Soon after that, I took that time and I wrote my report inside the FBI's domestic terrorism strategy, which you can find on Amazon. The report, though, was redacted, about 15% of it. But the God part of that report that we didn't get a chance to talk about before is that I sent it in for pre-publication review. And when you send something in for pre-publication review, they have 30 days to reply with a tentative response. And I sent them an email and I said, hey, and I had sent them 2 documents. I had sent them my resume and I had sent them the report that I wanted to publish. And I sent them an email and I said, hey, it's been 30 days, can you guys give me the response? And they said, you're good to go. That's what they said to me in the email. They said, you're good to go. You can publish. And I said, wait. Are you sure I'm good to go? Are you sure? And they said, yeah, you're totally good to go. You're good to publish. And I replied with a third email and I said, are you sure? I sent you 2 documents. I needed you to be very specific. Which documents are good to go? Because I sent you the resume and I sent you the report. And they came back with, oh, wait, we haven't finished the report yet. So if I had not asked those 3 times, I could have probably published that report and they would have said I revealed classified information in that report and I would have lost my security clearance. God protected me.
God protected. Games being played for certain.
And there's a possibility that they were doing that on purpose, but I wasn't going to fall for it. A lot of
that happens.
I wasn't going to fall for it. And so God protected me. And in my report, the 3 things, and it goes back to I'll hit the top 3 things are, the top 3 issues that I identified facing the country was a true faith and allegiance to the U.S. Constitution, or a lack thereof. We have a mental health crisis in the United States, not a gun violence problem. And because the Democrats say it's a gun violence problem, the 2A people are all up in arms and they're worried that the Constitution's under attack. And so that leads to the Second Amendment extremism and the militia movement, because the left is running around talking about gun violence when they should be talking about mental health. And then the last one is government transparency. When the government makes a mistake, I believe the American people are very, very, very forgiving. But if they refuse to admit their mistakes, like what's going on right now with the Secret Service and the FBI regarding the shooting against the president, the lack of government transparency leads to extremism. Extremism leads to violence. And so, again, those 3 things are and I believe God protected me so that I could say those 3 things and get it out into the American culture through people like you, Donna, because I think that we can save our country if we fix those 3 things. Those 3 things. We've got to require people who are sworn oaths to the Constitution to uphold the Constitution. They have to have true faith and allegiance to the Constitution. We have to do something about mental health, or at the very least, we have to say that gun violence isn't mental health, that mental health is mental health, and we need to do something about it. And then finally, government transparency. What I found out, and this is also God, right after that, I found out that I was being investigated by the Criminal Investigative Division of the Army and FBI. And I found that out because they started asking me questions like, what special schools have you been to? Are you under continuous evaluation? Which continuous evaluation is basically the U.S. government can look at you at any time. They can look at your social media, your finances, your banking, your travel. They can look at you at any time when you're under continuous evaluation. And because of my security clearance, I'm under continuous evaluation. But they wanted to make sure I was under continuous evaluation. And so I immediately knew that they were doing an investigation, which I was fine with. I was totally fine with it. You can investigate me all day because I know I'm innocent, right? And I already knew I was under continuous evaluation, which they had the authority to do that. What I found out recently about my report is that someone at the National Counterterrorism Center, after it was published, purchased my report and they copied it and they circulated it around the office. So my report was circulated around the National Counterterrorism Center because I was the former senior collection strategist for domestic terrorism. And not long after that, the DNI and the FBI director changed their tune about domestic terrorism. And I believe that this was God. I believe that my report influenced what they said. And here is what the director of the DNI said in January of 2022. Quote, she said, it is my view that deficiencies in the current classification system undermine our national security as well as critical democratic objectives. So what she's saying there is overclassification or a lack of transparency is leading to hindrances to critical democratic objectives. She said overclassification impedes the ability to share vital information with allied foreign intelligence partners, with key lawmakers, Congress, and with the public. She said, quote, this reduces the intelligence community's capacity to effectively support senior policy-making decision-making and further erodes, listen, the basic trust of our citizens in the government. So what the director of DNI was saying in January is what I said in my report in July the year before, that a lack of government transparency was leading to extremism, and extremism will lead to violence if you don't fix it. So the DNI was essentially requoting my report in January. The director of FBI in February of 2022, this is clearly 8 months after they had pre-pub reviewed my report, the director Ray stated, when we tally up what we see in our investigations, over 2,000 of which are focused on the Chinese government trying to steal our information or technology, there is just no country that represents a broader threat to our ideals, our innovation, and our economic security than China, which was a big part of my report because Director Ray was running around saying that domestic terrorism was the number one threat to the country, which was total bullshit. That was total bullshit. China's the number one threat. And in February, 8 months after my report came out, he said China was the number one threat to the country. He also said that this is very interesting. Nobody else is saying this, Donna, but Director Ray did say this. He said, the Chinese Communist Party aims to win American leaders' loyalty through money and intimidation and, quote, to undermine our democratic process by influencing our elected officials, unquote. The CCP is patient in this pursuit, aiming to recruit early career politicians, often at the state and local level, who can then be called on to do Beijing's bidding when their power and influence grows. Director Ray said that in February of 2022. Nobody is saying that. Flynn's not saying that. Nobody is saying that. Director Ray said in February 2022 that the Chinese Communist Party is recruiting local level politicians so that as their power and influence grows, they will be able to have influence over them. FBI director saying it. And clearly, Alex Jones has been saying it for a long time, and Flynn has said it, and Flynn knows about it. It's just not at the tip of their tongue all the time. But that is a direct quote from my report that went out in July, and ultimately 8 months later from the director of FBI. That was God. I believe, because remember, my report got circulated illegally, and it ended up influencing what they said 8 months later. And I believe that that was God. Even though I was fired, I believe that whoever read my report took it and went to the leadership and said, hey, we need to look at this because this is a real thing. And so I believe that that was God, because I was fired, but yet my intelligence reporting still went to the leadership. More God. I was a voluntary interview for the J6 committee. During the J6 committee interview, I told them I had classified information that they should have. They refused to get a classified briefing from me. I provided responses to their subpoenas in writing, which they did not disclose to the American people when they closed down the J6 committee. I gave them my redacted intelligence report for them, and I begged them to include it in the congressional record. My report was not included in the congressional record. It was part of the information that was either encrypted or lost or purposely not revealed to the American people, because my report refuted the entire J6 committee's findings, that it wasn't Donald Trump that caused J6. It was lack of true faith and allegiance to the Constitution, the false narrative of gun violence, and a lack of government transparency that led to January 6th. They did not want my report in the congressional record, and they hid it from the American people. That's a fact. That's a fact.
And they wonder why the American people they're like, we don't trust anybody or anything.
Correct.
We shouldn't trust anything or
Correct.
anyone out there because it's a bunch of lies. It's a bunch of double speak. It's a bunch of talking around the issues.
Correct.
And it's not, it's just like legalese being thrown out there. That's crap.
Correct.
It should.
Well, and the J6 committee was just a blatant lie. They just basically made stuff up, and they eliminated stuff that contradicted their findings, like my report. They just eliminated. They just didn't release it. But it is going to come out. It is going to come out. It is coming out right now through you, Donna. So,
there you
to
go.
give you a couple other things.
We just have a few more minutes here,
okay,
and then I'll have to schedule you back on again.
I know. I was recommended for promotion to Chief Warrant Officer 4, but my promotion was held up and denied ultimately because of the investigation. Even though I was never convicted of any crimes, my promotion to Chief Warrant Officer 4, and I'm still fighting with the Army. In fact, I have a meeting in about an hour with my chain of command because they denied my promotion to CW4, even though I was doing everything right. They just didn't know it because it was all classified, or it was all, it wasn't part of what I was doing for the military. That I was defamed by the Democrat Party of Virginia. I think I told you about that. The Democrat Party of Virginia did a hit piece on Yesli Vega, a woman who I had endorsed, and said that Yesli Vega hangs out with notable insurrectionist Tom Speciale, who beat and bloodied law enforcement on January 6th. That's what they said. They said I beat and bloodied law enforcement. That couldn't be further from the truth. And so I sued them for defamation, and I'm winning those two cases. I also found out that it wasn't just the Democrat Party of Virginia. It was actually my Congresswoman, Abigail Spanberger. Abigail Spanberger's campaign is who wrote the article. The Democrat Party of Virginia published it. So I am in a defamation lawsuit with the Democrat Party of Virginia. And when I win, we're going to be celebrating because I'm going to destroy them for defamation. And I'm winning that case because I believe I have a very good judge. I have a very good judge on this case, a very good judge in Richmond, who I believe, and I'm representing myself pro se, and I'm winning against multi-million-dollar lawyers.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the whole pro se process and everybody that is launching the pro se cases, because they seem to be actually making some gain, and I'm really, really happy to see that.
The last thing I will say, the last two things I will say is, I FOIA'd my background investigations for my security clearance. And my former boss at the National Counterterrorism Center was interviewed. And my boss outright confirms, point of fact, that the woman who was my boss was an FBI joint duty assignment. She had a political bias against me. She had researched me on the internet. She knew that I had run for U.S. Senate. She knew that I was a supporter of President Trump. She knew I was at January 6th. I had an EO complaint against her. She was reprimanded for that EO complaint. I didn't know that until I got this FOIA. So she had been reprimanded. But then ultimately, because I was nice to her. I was just nice to her. I didn't know she had been reprimanded. And I had walked in after January 6th and I just said, "Good morning, Lori." I was just being polite. Mm-hmm. Well, she took that as harassment.
As a what?
As harassment. She took that as me harassing her because I said good morning to her. Basically like I was like, putting it in her face or something, but I didn't even know she had been reprimanded.
Well, regardless, freedom of speech, say good morning.
Yeah, it was nothing. So they ultimately fired, but he confirmed in his security clearance interview for me that I had an EO complaint against her and that she had a political bias against me. And that's probably God, because that saved my entire security clearance. Because if I hadn't been able to prove that, then I probably would have lost my security clearance. So that was God.
Well, looking at the structure of everything within our government, the whole thing is so corrupt that there may be individuals in lots of different places, but there's so much blackmail and coercion and compromise going on that I just don't think that anybody out there is wise to trust anything. Trust is earned, and we have all been lied to by the intelligence organizations.
Yeah,
as well
I think you're right.
I don't really think that we should trust anybody out there right now.
I think you're right. I don't think it's a matter of trust. I think that it's a matter of we need to clean house. More than likely, the CIA and the FBI knows about a lot of this compromise, but they are protecting these political officials from the compromise, or they are controlling them themselves. And that, or are holding it over their heads, and that stuff needs to be cleaned up. We've got to clean that up. Totally agree with that. If any of that is going on, it has to be cleaned up. It just can't be kept secret. The very last thing I'll tell you, and then I appreciate, I think we went like did we go 2 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, we went 2 hours. There's a lot in this interview, folks. You're going to probably have to watch it twice to catch it all. But
I'm going to have to go back and watch it, because I was sitting here going, okay, I don't agree with everything you're saying here. And I don't know how you got out in the weeds, but it's like
Please do.
Skip across the pond here. You were like, and I'm like, oh, holy crap. Let's go down each one of these separately and have an actual discussion and debate on these things.
Does it feel like talking to Ivan Raiklan?
I'm not agreeing with anything that was said here today, just so everybody knows.
Does it feel like right? But does it feel like talking to Ivan Raiklan when he's talking about all the names of all the people?
Somewhat.
Yeah, because Ivan and I are both. Ivan is looking at the threat from the inside, and I'm looking at the consequences and the threat on the outside. So we're like kind of married up from two different perspectives. But the last thing I wanted to tell you and kind of bring this whole thing to a close is that I recently received. I think
people in intelligence are crazy, so there you go. We'll start here.
But I recently received, like just literally on the 13th of July, the morning before President Trump, the attempted assassination of President Trump, I received some documentation from Army Criminal Investigative Division that the FBI had closed my investigation in June of 2023. So for over a year, the military had known that the investigation into me was closed because I hadn't done anything wrong. But they didn't tell me, and they didn't tell my chain of command, and they didn't tell HRC. And that's why I was denied my promotion, because nobody told them that the investigation had been closed, because they could not prove that I had, they couldn't prove that I had fought the cops or done any damage or trespassed or whatever. They couldn't prove any of that. And that was God that I got that document, because I don't think they intended for me to get that document. I don't think they intended for me to get that document. And now I have it. And so God has been incredibly, incredibly good to me. And I believe that it's because every morning I get up, every single morning I get up and I get on my knees and I thank God for his protection. And I pray for protection on my family and my friends and our country and our political leaders. And every day I say very simply that whatever doors you open, Lord, I'm going to walk through them. Just tell me which one you want me to walk through and I'm going to go. Wherever you tell me to go, I'm going to do it. And that is walking in a life of submission to whatever God puts in front of you. And everything that I've told you today, every single thing that I've talked to you about, going back to my Senate race and everything, I felt like I am doing it because God has commanded me to do it. And so It's much like, I want to say it's Peter that walks on water, and God says, just come on. And he's like, if you command me to do it, Lord, I will do it. And he says, well, then I command you to walk on the water. And he did. And when he started having doubts, that's when he started to sink. And so I have been living my life really, my reawakening was probably in the early 2000s, but literally a life of submission. And I think that this testimony is a testimony to the fact that if you are doing what God wants you to do, he will protect you and guide you and elevate you. And I think that is my testimony. And I think that's why I wanted to have this conversation, because I know you have a lot of faith followers out there. And they can go to my website, thomasspeciale.com. You can see my January 6th investigation materials, all the interviews, all of the research I've done.
I really like your investigation there.
Yeah, it's all out there. Twitter is at Speciale4VA. You can follow me on Twitter. I'd love to hear from you guys. And if you have any questions, hit me up on Twitter with a DM, or you can email me. There's emails on my website that you can reach out to me as well about any questions about the intelligence community, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, IJO.
I'd like to talk about some of all of those, but remember, I'm just going to say it, we're talking to different people, and there's people talking to us from all different areas, but you have to trust yourself. And I'm saying that to our audience above anything you hear out there, no matter who it is.
And do your own research. You got to do your own research.
It's like you've got to do your own research. Listen to what people say. Weigh it. If it doesn't jive, toss it until you've got some proof on things. But trust yourself before you trust what anybody else has to say. And I'm going to say, I've heard some crazy conversations out of General Flynn and everybody else. And I know that welcome to Spook Network, because people in Spook Network like to play the provocateur sometimes. And I get that. And so when we listen to what's being said, we have to listen to it in a manner that is listening for information, and then going out and finding and substantiating the truth, no matter who says it. And I'm that way with no matter who's speaking to me. And honestly, whether it's President Trump or anyone else. And I've been real outspoken on that. He's never made one good endorsement. And so when I listen to an endorsement or him saying somebody that I very much love, I look at it as directing attention, not at face value. When somebody comes at me from any perspective, I always try to understand, or what's their motive behind what
you got. Everybody has self-interest. Everybody has self-interest. I try desperately not to have a self-interest and just to give you the information that I have, and I try and look at it that way. But I think we're human beings, and it's part of the fall for us, that our flesh is still our flesh, and we are in our flesh, and we've got to make sure that we are trying to also submit our flesh to the Lord as well, because that's the only way that you can be protected is you've got to submit your life and submit your body to God. That's the only thing you can do.
There's truth right there. Yeah. So yeah, it's really interesting. So just so that everybody knows, I think we can have these discussions. It's great to bring proof and thoughts forward, but then we need to go back and we need to look at that. I'm of the opinion. I just got to say this. I'm the opinion that if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, the damn thing's probably a duck. Okay. And then you have to, it's like, that's just the way it is.
And don't throw the bathtub out with the bathwater. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, you lost it right there. But it's important to look at these facts and say these are the facts. These are the things that are out there. But also trust yourself. You don't always have to have in an investigation. You have to have bomb-proof facts. But our intuition, and when God talks to us, doesn't always have to have those bomb-proof facts, because the legal system has been so subverted and it twisted. Everything is being twisted and upside down. The first thing you should do is get on your knees and ask God, no matter who the information is coming from.
That's right.
And ask God what you're actually hearing, and then go and look for it to find out what you believe to be true. Don't toss it out if somebody tries to change your mind on things. Even, if you disagree with things, take time to ponder it. It doesn't mean you have to agree with anything.
One of the great things, Donna, I think about the modern media, of like hearing a 2-hour discussion between me and you, right? Mm-hmm. Is that a person can be listening, come to a point where they're like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And they can pause it right then and they can write it down and they can say, I'm going to research this thing and then I'm going to hit play and I'm going to go on. Like that is a wonderful thing. I do it all the time when I'm listening to people, especially like the State of the Union address. I listened to every sentence the president said during the State of the Union address. I paused it, and then I went and did like 5 or 10 minutes of research, and I could get some additional facts, and then I could go and hit play again, and I could be listening and know whether he was telling me the truth or not.
Exactly.
Right? It's a really powerful tool if you use it as a tool rather than as like an excuse not to do your own research.
Well,
you can't use this as an excuse to not do your own research.
We need to listen to people, not as they're our savior with all this information,
correct,
but as someone who is giving us something to ponder and make up our own minds and think about it and see what we can find on it. And as more information comes forward, we may change our minds on things. And I think that that's a real healthy thing to do, but never ever to listen to what any person has as a savior or somebody that you have an idolatry for. I question everybody. I question every word that comes out of President Trump's mouth, because he's playing 4D chess. He's looking at things differently, and his motivation may be more to teach.
And sometimes he just says some crazy stuff to get a rise out of the crowd.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And sometimes I think intelligence officers do that too, Tom Speciale.
Maybe.
Sometimes I think you're a provocateur to get conversations going.
I know. I've heard it all before. But that's why I am in true name on every platform. And I always have been. I don't believe in fake names. If you're going to be out in social media, you got to be in true name, or I almost don't trust you automatically. But you can find me. You can ask me any questions. If there's any doubt at all about what I'm saying, please contact me, and I will happily, answer anybody's questions.
There needs to be lots and lots of people looking into all sorts of things.
Good.
Let's say a prayer and move on to our day.
Okay.
I got to go.
All right. All right. Way
it's
longer
been a long time for me to sit here today, and I'm too old for this.
Go ahead.
All right. So, dear Heavenly Father, thank you so very much for this day today. And in all things, we come to you asking for truth, because your way is the only way. There's so many people that are spinning things in each and every direction. We disagree with all of them that go against your will for our life and for this nation. We ask for peace, your peace that passes understanding. We ask that this nation would turn to you for wisdom, for peace, for going through a time of transition that may seem really scary to some people. I don't think it's scary. I know you don't think it's scary, because all we have to do is follow you, and you will lead us out of things that are muddy and jumbled up and don't make sense, into an understanding and a godly understanding of the processes and how you want it to work, because we pray that your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Not the nonsense that we've heard, not the justification for crimes being committed that we see, not the lack of prosecuting crimes that we see happen in front of our faces, and excuses for terrible things that have been happening. We're sick of the excuses. We want to have justice that fall on this nation in a huge way, so that we can address all of these situations without excuse, without just go along to get along, without having things manipulated or spun or any of this. It's nonsense, and we're done with it. We want to listen to you in all things. I ask your favor today to be upon everyone who is listening, and that you would give us great discernment and wisdom in dealing with all situations, and that you would give us the strength, your strength, to stand for your justice and your righteousness on this earth as you intended. We thank you so very much for your goodness and your mercy, for all those things that you've given us to lead us out of this crazy darkness that we've been going through, and all of the lying and the cheating and the stealing and the manipulation that we've seen. We're sick of it. We're done with it. And we're wanting to follow you and have you be the Lord of this nation and of this world, this whole world. And we thank you for being a friend to us. We want to be a great friend to you. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Part of the show, we're going to go to BrandenburgForGovernor.com, because I'm the best non-conceder who has ever not conceded in the history of the United States. And I'd like to have a discussion with President Trump about that, but I have not. So until then, I'm going to claim victory. With that said, God bless you all. God bless all those whom you love, and God bless America. If you don't have an example, be one. Don't be afraid to think for yourself and say, this is wrong. I don't agree with this. And that you can have those discussions that bring the truth to light, even if you're an adversarial in what you're hearing. You need to speak the truth and follow what God put in your heart, because that's more important than anything you hear out there. And so have a great day, and make it a great day. If you don't have a good example, be one. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Stay in line a minute, Tom, okay?